Hello everyone, good afternoon. How are you guys doing? Good. Perfect, I hope you guys had a good lunch. I can see some of you are still munching some chips and pizza. And definitely there's hot coffee at the back. There's some soda, water, definitely there's food. You don't need to go out, okay? But I know this afternoon is gonna be as warm as we had to open the day in our Confab here in Manhattan. And there's gonna be several authors who are gonna be speaking with us this afternoon, and we have also a guest speaker. We'll start this afternoon session, and then later on we'll have a virtual book confab book talk session with Mr. Oslander. Because he can't make it here today, but we're still able to find time and to be able to do that. But in the meantime, we'll listen and open this afternoon session with our first speaker. She's from North Carolina. And she started writing when she was 16 years old, and she has written through the years and has always dreamt of having a book published. Well, finally she has one right now. Let's listen to the author of the book, Running the Race at God's Pace. A round of applause for Ms. Carolyn Oman.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Good to have everybody here today. So I am from North Carolina, first time in the big city. And I'm really glad I get to speak to you guys today about this book here, Running the Race at God's Pace. My mom was my inspiration for writing. She loved poetry. She actually walked out the life of Jesus in her life to get me to where I'm at and started my first poetry book. So it got me to writing after she passed away about 5 years ago now. And I did want to read one poem to you guys and just kind of carry on the spirit of just trying to continue on with life no matter what we face. The poem is called Courage. It says, I take a deep breath, I close my eyes, I look into the skies, focus to the front. My eyes will not return to the past. The new path is frontward, not backwards. I take another deep breath, close my eyes. I look to the skies. I focus to the front. This is my hope in going forward. I believe in the courage to take the next step. Here I go. So I all think we need the courage, or dig it up from somewhere, from our toes if we have to at least step forward in life. And we all face hard times and situations we think we're never going to get out of, but they're going to pass. And I think we can smile and get through it and have the courage to do it and live life. And I think if you have a dream today, I've got another one in here about dreams. I think if you have a dream in your life, don't give up on it. You know, find somebody you can talk to about it. And, you know, in this book, Running the Race at God's Pace, I'm a Christian and I want to run the race at His pace. I might want to jump to the end, but He's not going to let me. So most of mine is one step at a time. So I just try to live my life in the present, as I was talking to some other authors earlier. Live in the present and make the difference in where you're at right now. So thank you guys for today, for being here and listening, not just to me, but all these other authors here. There's so many takeaways for us to live with today. So enjoy New York and enjoy all the authors here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Charlie. If you have questions for Charlie, she'll be here, I think, for the rest of the afternoon. You definitely can ask her questions. All right, this time, let's welcome our featured author for day one afternoon session of the Reader's Magnet book, Confab. The author first studied industrial design and went on to express his surrealist visions in sculpture and had a degree, and he holds a doctorate in creative arts over the past 50 plus years and has taught and worked in mechanical design and sculpture. He's been working with us for several months right now, and he has been inspiring, and his book is pretty much really straightforward, and it's about the streamlined locomotive. A round of applause for our first featured author in the afternoon session, Mr. Stephen Lloyd Oslander.
The question is, do you want to ask me questions, or do I just start talking about the book? It's a story that came to me one day. I was making sculpture for some like 50 years, and it was a lot of fun. And the idea is that I take whatever comes to me from my subconscious and use the conscious mind to actually create a three-dimensional object. Then when I started writing, it's the same thing. I just start taking these ideas that come to me, and they come to me out of the blue, really, wherever they come from, and I just write them down and form them into a cohesive story. And it's really enjoyable. It's a lot of fun making these things. I like being an author. Besides, it's a lot easier to carry a book around than a large piece of sculpture if you want to show it at a gallery. If there's any questions you want to ask me, go ahead. I thought I was going to be asked some questions, but basically, well, I just said it. I just take the ideas that come, and all my ideas are based on my experience. I'm in my 80s now, and I have a lot of things to say. And I tried saying a lot of them over the years to my sculpture, and which is rather obtuse because people take a look and they say, some people come up and demand to know what my sculpture means, and I tell them I don't know. I'm just taking whatever impulses come from my subconscious, and I make them in 3 dimensions. I do the same thing when I write. Whatever I'm going to work on, I start writing, and ideas come to me as I write. And then when I'm done writing, I have finished the book. This is my first book, Streamline Locomotive. The second book is in the process of being published. And right now I'm working on the third book. And I really enjoy seeing how my subconscious comes up with the ideas. And then my job of work is to put them down in, readable form. Pretty simple. Well, it's a lot of work, but still, I like it. I like doing that kind of work. The characters come out of my imagination. Now, and this is my first book, the Streamline Locomotive. So what happens there, some of it is daydreams on my part. Some of it is from actual experience. Some of it is from what I would like my characters to do. Some of it is I'm sort of teaching some things. I made a living over the years by being a college teacher. I taught for several places and also as an adjunct, but I was a full-time teacher at the State University in New York. They have a adult training center, in Brooklyn. And I was teaching mathematics for adults. This is for adults who remedial math. It was nice because we tried to cover K through 12 in 1 year, which is good luck. But we actually got into about sophomore level of high school, starting from grade 1. And that was a good challenge. I enjoyed it, an intellectual challenge. I would always write my own textbook. I told the students, you don't take notes in my class because you're wasting your time. Because you'll always be about 30 seconds behind what I say. So I just typed out the notes for them for the day and walked in to the office, had them printed up real quick and handed them out to the students. And then I could talk and they could come along with me and understand what I'm saying. And they don't have to take the notes because they have them right in front of them. They can take them home and study. And that was fun. I really enjoyed it. I like seeing people learning. I've never taught creative writing because I retired from teaching about 20 odd years ago. So now I'm, what am I doing now? So now I'm just retired and I'm writing, having a good time. It's a funny thing about the title, because it's Streamline Locomotive. That's the idea that permeates the book from beginning to end. The one of the characters, Aloysius P. Besselbottom, wants to have a streamlined locomotive for his little bitty railroad that runs up and down the county. The name of the county is Hogwaller. It's somewhere in Appalachia. I did not make the mistake of trying to say specifically what state or what area. I just said Appalachia. And that runs up and down the East Coast. So people identify with it as their own or wherever they want to identify it. I have no specific place in mind. I grew up in Chicago. I spent a year in Kentucky teaching down there. And then I came up here to Connecticut so I could work in New York. And I could go for my doctorate degree in creative arts at New York University. And I taught. I didn't mind travel. I could get on the train, and I could make really good use of the train time. And when I started this book, Streamline Locomotive, one day I was, I read a lot, and I came across a name, and I modified it. And so the last name became Besselbottom. There are names that, pretentious names that end in something bottom. And so I made Besselbottom. And then I said, what am I going to do with this character? So I gave him a name, and that became Throckmorton. And he became one of those titans of industry from the old days, where they would take over and bully everybody else about. And then I came up with his younger brother, who was Aloysius P. Besselbottom, and he ran the county. He runs the county of Hogwaller. I got the name Hogwaller when I was down in Kentucky teaching down there. That's an unofficial area, the part of Kentucky where I was teaching. And I liked the name. So I adopted it. And then I needed a character, and so the character I made up was Theo P. Besselbottom, or that was short for Theophilus. And then, you can read the blurb on the side or the back of the book, and that'll describe it. And he's, the family just has a novel way of existing. They pick the strongest, most uh, uh, let's say, not vicious, but domineering personality when the leader of the clan passes away. And he changes his name to Throckmorton. So there's always a Throckmorton P. Bezelbottom at the head of the family. And then Aloysius becomes the guy who actually runs the county because Throckmorton also owns the Chicago Pacific and Eastern Railroad, which is a cross country railroad from the East Coast to the West Coast. So his headquarters are located in Chicago. And then we have the main repair yards and building yards for the railroad are in Hogwaller. So it's a fairly prosperous place. In the middle of Hogwaller, we have the native people. These are Americans who came over, and they would use the name. It's not a nice name. They call them hillbillies. Well, I call them hill people. That's a much nicer way of describing them. And I got my inspiration that from Al Capp's cartoon, uh, mine that went back in the 1950s and 60s, 1940s and 50s, and that was called uh, Dog Patch. And so I just adapted some ideas from there. I don't know if I adapted them. They were a part of my upbringing. I learned how to read by reading funnies in the paper, and then I went to comic books. And people always saying the children should not read comic books, and they always discourage they should read proper literature. And I always say I don't see the point of restricting what they want to read. If they see something they want to read, let them read it. It didn't bother me. I read comic books all my life. I love comic books and comic strips on the newspapers. And I ended up with a doctor's degree, so you can't say it's going to stunt my intellectual growth. So those of you out there who are saying your children should read comic books, stop it. Let them read. Because besides, with children, the more you say they shouldn't do it, they're going to do it. So you're just encouraging them to do what you don't want them to do. The book itself is, I love it. I find most of it funny. Sometimes when I'm in a depressed mood or a tired mood, I'll pick up my book and I'll start reading it, and I'll start chortling with laughter. And not only have I read the book about 3-4 times, I've also written it. So, and even then, my what do you call it? My I don't know. It's just part of me. And when I write, I become part of it. I become the characters in there, and that way I know what the characters are going to say because they're me. And all the lessons I've learned in my long life, I just have I bring them up in there, like negotiations. The best way to have a negotiation between two parties is where everybody leaves with something. You don't, you want to give people to work together. Everybody has to have a little bit of something to walk away from the table with. They really do. Otherwise, they're going to be resentful, and you're going to end up with, you're just going to have problems. The idea of negotiation is everybody should end up with a good feeling, or at least a semi-satisfied feeling. And they'll rationalize it to fit with the situation, and then they go on and do their work. It's so things like that I would bring up in the book. Then I finished the second book, which is totally different. That's a prequel. See, it's Stream My Locomotive. The date of the book, the time, the story. It starts about 1940 and ends in 1942. Not too far after the Pearl Harbor attack. And I took the second book, which is being printed right now, And I started that in 1908 at the Paris automobile show, where they also had a aviation show. And I put them in the start with the book, different characters, but they end up with the Bezel Bottoms in Hogwaller. But I shouldn't talk about that; it hasn't been published yet. So, getting back to the first book, we we just I like that we. Who's we? I'm we. Okay. Well, I put on weight so I could be more than one person. It's basically a funny book. Some people won't think so, but I think so. And I satirize a lot of people, and I poke fun at institutions, and um, I have a good time. I had a really good time writing it. And then I always feel if you're going to do something, you should really enjoy it. We only have one life. We don't, at least as far as I know, and we only go around once. So we should do things that we enjoy doing. And I enjoy making sculpture, and I enjoy writing. I haven't made sculpture in a while though because I'm too busy with this writing business. And so this is the first one of the series. And what did I learn? What did I learn from sculpting that you applied in your book writing? Uh, just relax and let the images come to me. Just like with the book, I let the ideas come to me. And I don't have to force it because I'll just suggest to myself, let's go on, what should we do now? And myself tells me what to do now. It's just kind of nice of it. And then I start doing what I'm supposed to do now. And we just, I get along with my inner selves very well. I don't have any phobias or I'm, I'm too old to have any leftover hates. I don't hate anybody. Not anymore, but you know, we go on. And it's just really hard to describe the creative process because it's basically listening to my insides and then taking the data that comes from them and turning it into something that could be realized. In sculpture, it's three dimensional. In writing, it's two dimensional. It's a written language rather than a plastic language. By plastic arts, that's a term. That's the term that they use for anything that's three dimensional. Uh, and what I'm doing is the writing arts, and they're both arts. It's a some people make sculpture commercially, and some people may do writing commercially. I mean, I read the newspapers, I read books. Some of them are very commercial. I do research for my books too. I do a lot of research. Oh, and another thing in the extreme mind locomotives, I invented a foreign country. It's called Bulgaria. That's not original. I've seen that in movies and in other books going back into the 1930s. But I love that name. So the characters from Bulgaria that come into, and I just come into the book, and it's a funny place. I like what I invented. Uh, it's again, I was influenced by Al Cap, Little Abner, because he had a country called Lower Slavovia, which I adore. But I'm not going to use it because that's his. But Bulgaria has been used by other people, so I use that. And it's a strange company. It's a country, I describe it in the book. It's a country that is, it's so mountainous and so hard to get into that once people do, they can't get out. So over the centuries, invading armies have come into Bulgaria, got totally lost, and then ran into very friendly people, very lovely and willing women, especially. And they all settled down. People settled down. So we end up with Bulgaria being a bunch of enclaves like Switzerland. In Switzerland, you got people in Switzerland areas that they all speak Italian, some they all speak German, some they all speak God knows what. And they have their own area within the country of Switzerland. So here they have their own area within the country of Bulgaria. And you read the book, you'll find out what kind of interesting people they are. I love them. I love inventing those names. It's I'm starting to laugh now because I enjoy it so much. I feel that if I'm going to do anything in my life, I really have to enjoy it. And that is what gives my life meaning. And that's what gives meaning to the work I do, is the fact that I really enjoy what I'm doing. It fulfills me. When I was making a living teaching adult education in the State University in New York, the school was in Brooklyn, I really enjoyed that because I was dealing with live human beings and I was trying to help them get an understanding of the topic. It's hard to take people who really just barely got through school before they dropped out and get them going and learning basic math. And I was able to take the math all the way up to geometry. And some of the students had a background already and some didn't. And by giving them the text, and I made the text very easy to read. And basically they learn by doing. You learn by doing, not by sitting there memorizing. You want to, when I was going for my doctorate, I had to study, they were asking me questions about, they were going to ask me questions about art history. So I asked them, got my degree at New York University. I'm living in Connecticut, so it was a part of the commute. And they asked me, they wanted me to take a test. And I said, fine, what does it cover? They said, art history. I said, what parts? They said, all of it. So I got a good history book and I started going through. And what you do is you paraphrase every paragraph. So I did that. In one summer, I paraphrased every single paragraph in the book. You go through the paragraph, you say, what's the main thought? And I write down the main thought. And then I go on to the next paragraph and I write down the main thought. And so I end up with a abbreviated textbook. There's no details. It's just what I write and just the essence of each paragraph. And then when I went in to take the exam, I had no problem with it. I understood everything and they accepted me for the doctorate. So that's the trick. I'm learning a lot of material. My mother taught me that, by the way. In fact, my mother wanted to write, but she never could. She could never get off the mark to write anything. She said she would get the paper and pencils and erasers and the typewriter, and she couldn't get a word down on paper. So she named me Stephen Lloyd Auslander because she said it would look good as the author of a book on the title page. And I said, that's a good idea. But I never got around to writing the book until after she had passed. And then, in fact, I outlasted everybody in my family, my mother, my father, and my kid sister. So I'm still writing. Life is very interesting. We decide what we want to do and then we do it, but we're so conditioned by our background and our upbringing and the things we get into, the exigencies of life. I have a wonderful wife, but she also is an artist. I've always felt that artists should marry other artists because I've seen too many where an artist would marry what we would call a normal person, and it wouldn't last long because they could never understand each other. But you get two artists together, and maybe they can make a go of it if they work hard. There are rough times, of course. We had our rough times, but we've been married 55 years. And like my wife says, well, this is a trial period. We'll see if it'll work out. I found it best to marry a woman who has a very good sense of humor. In fact, in the early days when the children, boy and a girl, were living in the house, I turned out to be the straight man. I would feed them the lines, whatever I said, and then they would take it and run away with it. And so that expresses itself in the book, doesn't not specifically, but the laughter, the funny parts. If you read the book and you don't think it's funny, I apologize, but no, I'm not going to give you your money back. You don't have to get whatever you can get out of it. The
Stephen, I believe we have questions here coming from our live audience here in Manhattan.
Okay,
I believe we have a question from Hannah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask what you feel the most difficult part about sort of crafting the world that you make.
I'm not sure if I understand you. You said the most difficult part of drafting the book. I didn't
Crafting the world you made on the book.
Oh, that was easy. That came natural with the characters. I needed a place for them all to be in one place to interact with each other. So that's why I ended up with Hogwaller. It's a county. It's pretty self-sufficient. There's three parts to it. In the northern part of the county, you have the CP&E Railroad main shops where they repair their equipment and also store equipment, and they also build new equipment if they have to. They can build their own engines. A lot of railroads built their own engines, by the way. And then about the middle, you've got the hills where you have the hill people, and they do whatever it is that hill people do, mostly farming and hunting. Hunting is a big it's a very popular activity in that area. And that's nice. I like that. And then in the southern part, you have the town of Hogwaller. So you have Hogwaller town in Hogwaller County. But I will not tell anybody where the state is. So let everybody make up their own name for a state. That's their business.
Okay, we have one more question here from Oliver.
Yeah.
You mentioned poking fun at institutions in your book. I was wondering if you could give an example.
I can't hear you. Could you repeat it?
A little bit.
You talked about poking fun at different institutions in your book. I was wondering if you could give an example.
Oh yeah. At the end of the book, I can't tell you too much. I don't want to give it away. But you have the FBI coming in and investigating the activities that are going on, and you also have the who's the other people? Oh, the Army CID, the American Army Investigation Group, and they come in and they're competing against each other to interrogate me or interrogate my character. And so, I'm poking fun at both those guys because they turn out to be rather bumbling. And we take, obviously it's my book, so I'm a we in there. We put them in their place. And that works out nice. I have nothing against the Army CID, nor do I have anything against the FBI, but they have become characters in the book. And I'm sure they're used to having people poking fun at them. Like we all get people poke fun at everybody. People poke fun at artists. They poke fun at any institution. If you got a sense of humor, and you use it, you know, we're humans, and half the time we're bumbling our way through. So somehow, what's the old philosophy? Somehow we'll muddle our way through, and that leaves us open to a little, you know, jocularity there. We're not. It's really hard to criticize people because we're only people. We're only human. It's I'm not against anybody or any institution. Well, I'm against the Nazis, and I'm against any group that acts like the Nazis. So I don't want to get into current politics, so I'll keep my mouth shut on that. Did I answer your question?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Stephen Oslander. A round of applause, please, for Mr. Stephen Oslander. His book is available at Amazon and his website, The Streamlined Locomotive.
Okay, are we through? Am I still
Yes,
talking?
sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Years and is the author of Picasso, the Cat, who wanted to be an artist, a children's book, and the New York Times Home Repair Almanac, and Thailand, the Installation Handbook. And also Werewolf at Madison Avenue is his first novel. To tell us more about his background and what inspired him to writing these 4 amazing books, let's give it up for Mr. Edward Lipinski. Yay.
Well, thank you for that introduction. Very nice. And I thank you all for being here. I delude myself into thinking that maybe you came here just to see me. But when I look at the impressive array of other authors that are going to be out here, I'm sure you came to see them. But anyway, endure me for the next half hour, if you can. Yes, I have been in the publishing industry for almost 50 years. Oh, can I be that old? Anyway, I wrote and illustrated a column for the New York Times on home improvement for many years. And when the New York Times dropped the column, along with other columns, it wasn't just me that they dropped, I decided to start writing novels. That was way before the millennium. Well, not way before, but a little before the millennium. And publishing was different then. It was difficult to get something published if you were an unknown author. But then, somewhere in the millennium, about 10 years ago or something, the advent of self-publishing came about. And I took advantage of it. And I published my first book, actually not with ReadersMagnet at first, but then I went to ReadersMagnet because they offered marketing opportunities that I couldn't get anyplace else at the time. The first book was Werewolf on Madison Avenue. Now, all of these books that I talk about, you will be able to see on the shelves out here. Werewolf on Madison Avenue, Visions of Destiny, and Echoes of the Past, Part 2. I got a call last night when I was just coming out of the shower, and they said, you published Echoes of the Past, Part 1 and Part 2, but we lost Part 1. We think someone took it. Can you bring it when you come in tomorrow? Here it is. So, okay, but I won't leave it with you. I have to take it back with me. Anyway, so let me tell you a little about the books. Now, the trick here is to tell you enough about the books to get you interested in them, but not so much that you understand the plot and you won't buy it. Okay, so I got to whet your appetite a little bit. The first book was Werewolf on Madison Avenue, and it it takes place in the advertising community, hence the term Madison Avenue. I had worked in the advertising industry for many years, and but I've never met a werewolf while I was working there. But anyway, maybe I was working in the wrong place. But anyway, something about monsters, and a werewolf in particular, if you think back about monsters mostly in the movies, you find three big ones and three little ones. The three big ones are Dracula, Frankenstein, and the werewolf. The little ones are the Invisible Man, the Creature of the Black Lagoon, and the Mummy. Now, all of them except the werewolves have one thing in common. They're full-time, 24/7 monsters. But a werewolf is only a monster one night in a month, so he can keep his day job. And that's exactly what this story is about. A young man who goes into the advertising world, and he's full of ambition, and he wants to do high-minded advertising, but he starts working with a very sleazy advertising company. Well, he makes the best of it, and does some good writing. But then he needs a vacation. He goes to Yucatan, where he's bitten by the creature of the night. And guess what? He turns into a werewolf. And so but he doesn't believe it. He just figures he had an attack by an animal in the night, and he's okay. So he goes back to Madison Avenue, and he turns into a werewolf. And he goes on a prowl. And afterwards, the next day, he wakes up, and he's his normal self again. He wants to turn himself in, but his boss tells him, no, you're a good advertising man. We can't give you up to the law. Don't worry, I'll make sure that you don't kill again. And he devised a way to make sure that he doesn't kill again. But at the same time, he realizes he's got a real live werewolf who's covered with hair. Wow, what a wonderful opportunity for advertising, for shaving cream, shampoos, everything else. So anyway, you can see what's happening over here. The werewolf is not just a monster, but he's also a bit of a victim. And it goes on. It does have a very interesting ending. I won't give it away because I hope you'll buy the book. So that's Werewolf on Madison Avenue. I went after that. I did the next book called Visions of Destiny, which is totally different. It's about a young man who has the ability to see into the future, not very far into the future, and he only gets glimpses. He sees, for example, when he's an 8-year-old boy, he's walking with his mother down the street, and he sees a car coming up, and he says to his mother, that car's going to crash into the street, into the tree. And sure enough, it does. Well, his mother doesn't know what to believe, whether to believe this or not. What is this all about? But gradually, as the boy grows up into manhood, he has more and more of these visions, and they plague him to some extent. He finds a friend who will help him. Maybe he can make money. And it looks like they're on the path of success. But all of a sudden, tragedy strikes. I won't tell you what the tragedy is, because that gives away the book. Anyway, that's Visions of Destiny. And it does have a kind of bittersweet ending. It goes on. And that was the second book I wrote. Again, you can see the cover out there. These books that I'm talking about are all available on Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, and through ReadersMagnet. And I'll talk to you a little bit. I'm trying to get them into the bookstores, and I'll talk about that. But anyway, the next book I wrote was Echoes of the Past. The covers, by the way, were all designed by ReadersMagnet. They did a good job. I think they did an especially good job with this particular cover, Superhero. Echoes of the Past takes place in San Francisco, contemporary times. And a young girl is growing up. Her name is Audrey Toller. And she's just graduated from Berkeley, and she wants to start her career, but she has one quest that she wants to do before she goes out on that career. She has never known her father. Her father disappeared before she was born. Now, he wasn't kidnapped. He didn't die. He just went away. And she wants to know why and where he went. So she talks to her mother. Now, her mother is she lives with her mother in the house and living with an aunt. She's not sure what this relationship is with her aunt, Aunt Vanessa, because they're not a blood relation and they're not gay. She doesn't quite understand. But her mother won't tell her what happened to her father, so she's determined to find out. But how to do that? She doesn't know anybody who knows her father, but gradually she gets to meet people who knew him, who can connect her with other people, who can connect her with other people. And she finds out that he owns a rubber plantation in Malaysia. She determines that she's going to go there on her own to Malaysia to find her father. That goes to the past. So she goes to Malaysia. Her mother is dead set against this. Unfortunately, on her trips to Malaysia, she runs into a band of pirates or kidnappers, and she finds herself in the clutches of them, and she's rescued at the last minute by a mysterious stranger. She's later on, just her mother and aunt come to rescue her, find out that she's already been rescued. They want to take her back to San Francisco, and she's ready to go. But at the last minute, she finds that the rescuer was her father. And she's determined now, he's close by, she's determined to find him. So she goes off. That's part one. That's where we end with part one. I'll tell you why we did this in 2 parts, because the book is over 600 pages long. And when we started to publish it, ReadersMagnet said, well, if we publish that book, the hardcover was going to sell for over $50. We'll never sell it. So we had 3 choices: either publish the book as a single volume, which would not sell, publish the book in 2 parts, or cut out 200 pages, which would destroy the story. So we decided to go ahead with 2 parts, and that's part 1 and part 2. It's not so much a volume 1 and volume 2. You can't read part 1 and get the full story, and you can't read part 2 unless you read part 1. So whether or not the book is going to sell or not, in this format, we don't know at this point. I hope it will. Part 2, she starts to go off to meet her father, and she's takes a cab to go to the plantation that he's at, and on the way, the car breaks down. So she decides to hoof it. She walks through a road in the jungle, and whether she knows it or not, she's pursued by a tiger. And if you look at the cover on part 2, they did a very good job. They'll show the same girl here confronted by the tiger. What happens? Will she ever meet her father? Well, that's what you're going to buy the book for, to find out. And I hope you will buy the book. Anyway, these books are available, as I say, on Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com. They're available also through ReadersMagnet and my website. Now, if you listen very carefully to my introduction, they said that I wrote a book. I wrote a few other books. 2 of these books, one was the Home Repair Almanac, and Tiling a Complete Installation are no longer available, which is just as well. They're probably out of date because they're home improvement. But the other book, that's good. I like your laugh. Oh, you're wearing a beautiful necklace.
Thank you, my darling.
Thanks. Anyway, so, but the other book that this gentleman mentioned was Picasso, the Cat Who Wanted to Be an Artist. And it's a children's book. It was the first book I ever published, and I didn't publish it with ReadersMagnet. It was published under Young Readers Press. And I got a call about 3 months ago from an advertising agency in Florida, and they said, we liked your books, Werewolf on Madison Avenue and Visions of Destiny. And they said, they said, we'd like to advertise them. And I said, well, I'm already working with ReadersMagnet. I don't like to have conflicts of interest. And they said, what about this other book, Picasso, the Cat Who Wanted to Be an Artist? Now, this is a strange thing about that book. It's out of print, but Amazon.com has been featuring it regularly ever since Amazon.com came into business. And they said, we tried to buy that book, but it's not available. And I said, I guess not. They said, would you consider reprinting it? I said, well, I did the artwork almost 50 years ago. I don't have the artwork anymore. They said, do you have a copy of the book? I said, yes, I do. And they said, well, we can scan that and republish it. So that book has been republished under my name as the publisher. So Picasso, the Cat Who Wanted to Be an Artist is not here because, again, it's under my name as a publisher. Now, you may not be really avid readers, but you may be avid listeners. ReadersMagnet has now made an audiobook of Werewolf on Madison Avenue. It has just been completed. I imagine you'll be able to get it through ReadersMagnet. I don't know yet, but it's a very good, I can't take too much credit for it. I wrote the book, but the narrator, Ed Ullman, is very, very good, and it's worth listening to. So that'll be available soon. Also, Visions of Destiny, the audiobook is in progress right now. And I've only heard the first 3 chapters, but again, the narrator is very good. I don't know when it'll be available. And we're still working to find the right voice for Echoes of the Past. So those 3 audiobooks will be available. I think they'll only be available for ReadersMagnet at first, although ReadersMagnet is working a deal to try and get them into the libraries and with Readers for the Blind. So those possibilities are there. Let me see. Werewolf on Madison Avenue, I was approached from some company that said, would you consider putting it into a motion picture? Oh, that's every author's dream, but it wasn't my dream. But I said, I consider it. So it's been made into a screenplay, and it's being submitted to the movie companies, I know you're going to want to see the movie and not buy the book, but I don't want to get your hopes up because there's no guarantee that the book will ever hit the screen. All right, it's just a pipe dream, but I had to go for it. Anyway, so at this point, the books, as I say, are available online. I'm trying to get them now into the bookstores. In order to get them into the bookstores, I'm sorry to tell you this, Reader's Magnet, but I have to publish them under my own name. The bookstores won't take it any other way. If I'm lucky, they'll get into the bookstores before the end of the year, but I'm not sure. Anyway, so you have all those opportunities. I hope that you'll take some time out and buy the books. They make perfect gifts, believe me. What am I going to say, right? Okay. Now, at this point, I'm sure I'm going to just turn this over to people if you have some questions. Before you ask questions, I will anticipate 2 questions because I've done readings and I've done interviews, and these questions always come up, so I will anticipate possible questions. One is, where do you get your ideas or your inspiration? And 2 is, how long did it take you to write the books? And when we talk about the inspiration or ideas, people get the idea that maybe I just stepped out and had a eureka moment and all of a sudden the book appeared out of the clouds or something. It doesn't quite work that way. I'm not sure where I got the idea for Werewolf on Madison Avenue. I had worked in advertising for many years and I met some very interesting characters. I never met a werewolf. But somewhere along the line, I just wondered what would happen if a werewolf came into this zany world of advertising. The advertising world I present is not as realistic as the real thing. That's what fiction is all about, is to kind of characterize and create an interesting fantasy world. And the same thing with a werewolf. So it was kind of that sort of thing. How long did it take me to write it? Less difficult to say. I don't just sit down and say, I'm going to write a book. I get the idea for a book and I think about it, and sometimes I'm on the subway thinking, and I don't sit down to write the book until I get the whole story more or less in my head. I don't have all the dialogue, I don't have all the descriptions, but I have an idea what I'm going to say. So the actual conception of the book takes a while, and then when I start to write it, I can probably write it in a few months. I just finished a book that Reader's Magnet has, we're about to go into proofreading for a production, and that's called Espionage in Miniature. And I don't know, it probably will be out before the end of the year, if not by the 1st of the next month. I got that idea, I'll just give you a brief hint of what it is. I got that idea because I was thinking about doing a spy novel, and I set up a very impossible task for the hero. He had to penetrate a fortress upstate New York, not a fortress so much, but a large building that they believed was a headquarters for terrorists. And they wanted to get someone into the building to find out and get some information. But the building is surrounded by high fences with razor ribbon on it. The fences are wired so that anyone touches them will send off a sensor alarm. And between the fence and the building are packs of vicious dogs. How to get the man in there? Well, the company has decided, this espionage company that works for part of the United States, has developed a machine that can reduce a human being from 6 feet to 6 inches. And they fly him in on a drone. That's Espionage in Miniature. That'll be out soon. So anyway, that idea, I can't quite come up with where and when I got that idea. As for Echoes of the Past, it was sort of like I heard the idea of a man disappearing because he had done something in his life and he left his family. And I wondered what would happen, what would that kind of man be, where would he go, and what kind of person would want to track him down. And so then I started thinking about that. Once I got the story involved, I started thinking about it. The person who would track him down would have to be a young woman. Why a woman? Because I think that she would be more curious about her past than a young man would be. A young woman, because she was just getting started in her career, and she was at the point where she could try something else. If she was an older woman, let's say in her 40s, and she had already established a family and stuff, she probably wouldn't want to go off to Malaysia and look for a father in a rubber plantation. So that's kind of where that came from. It was an evolution of story and person. That novel took me about 6 months to write it, actually sitting at the keyboard, but I had conceived of the idea, many months beforehand. So anyway, so it gives you those 2 questions. Any other questions? I'm open to any questions. Don't ask me what the meaning of life is, because I'm writing that. No, I'm not writing that. Anyway, I hope to have 2 more books out next year after that, but not about the meaning of life. Any questions at all? No? Okay. Are you still awake? That's why. Go ahead. Yeah.
So you seem to mix a lot of
Genres.
I was going to say fantasy elements
Yeah.
with like very serious real world topics, and I was just kind of wondering, do you think like those two things go hand in hand?
That's a good question, and it's not been asked before, whether or not the fantasy elements work with a real life element. What I'm doing in writing is stretching the boundaries of fiction. And that's really what fiction is all about. Maybe I go a little bit farther, for those of you who would like to see something like War and Peace, or The Sound and the Fury, or something which is totally realistic. But that's kind of the way I think. And when I'm writing, I often think, what would happen if? So I do go into fantasy and even some science fiction. If you take a man who's reduced from 6 foot to 6 inches, and a little bit of horror, because those kind of genres interest me. But I don't want to go too far afield and just make up something totally different, like Werewolf meets the Seven Dwarfs or something, just offhand. Although maybe that might be a good idea for time. But I don't know. Anyone else? Thank you for the question. Yes.
Yeah, which of your main characters do you enjoy writing the most?
That's a good question. Another question that someone comes up with, very similar to that. You wrote a children's book and you wrote novels. Which would you rather do? The fact of the matter is, the mood strikes me. When you ask which of my characters are most interesting, or which of the characters do I have the most affinity for, or which of the books do I like the best, you're asking me to choose between my children, is what it amounts to. When I write a book and I'm working on the book, that occupies me, and that's my favorite book. That's my interest. Once the book is out of sight and out of mind, it's not out of mind, but I put it aside and I start to work on the next book. And then as people ask me about it, or I get to talk about it, I go back to this book, and that becomes my favorite. But when I'm writing one, that's my favorite. So I don't have one that I keep in my mind as like a photograph, or like I pull out my wallet and show you pictures of my children or something like that. I don't have that. Each one is separate, and each one occupies my time as I'm doing it. Good question. Anyone else have another good one? We have 2 good questions up here. Can we get a third? No. Yes, go ahead. The first row is very good. The back row, you people in the cheap seats, you're
I was wondering if you had any specific process or any tips for keeping characters that are like fantastical, like werewolves, or having visions of the future or whatever, like in check, or like keep them from being overpowered so the story's still compelling.
Yeah, that's like, I'm not quite sure if I understand what you...
Do you have any tips for that?
Oh, okay. No, I don't. Someone just asked me a question. I did an interview for Hudson Weekly or something, and they asked, which is similar to, not your question, but similar. How do you, when you write all these characters, what's your secret for bringing them all together at the very end for the climax? And I believe that if you write a good story and you delineate your characters well, when the story comes together, the characters will all fit in. And the same thing with a werewolf. If you go too far afield with a werewolf, or you go too far afield with someone having visions of destiny, visions of the future, then if you don't ground them in a very good storyline, then the characters take off to unbelievable fantasy, and I think you lose the reader. At least you lose. Anyone else back there? Okay, you people in the cheap seats better wake up. Anyway, no, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your kind attention. You won't see this book over there, but you'll see the other books. The reason you won't see this book is I have to take it back with me. I have some, I've already promised someone that I'm going to give it to them. But the other books are over there, and I hope you'll look for my books. Again, Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, and ReadersMagnet. You can also see my books. I have 2 websites. Website, EdwardLafinsky.com, will show you all my 3 books, well, 4 books if you count, this is 2 books, on ReadersMagnet. If you go to EdwardLafinskyBooks.com, you will also see the children's book, Picasso, the Cat Who Wanted to Be an Artist. Anyway, I hope you'll look for them. I hope you'll buy them. I hope you'll enjoy them. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
Once again, a round of applause for Mr. Edward Lipinski, author of several books. All right. Okay. So before I forget, by the way, we have the game ongoing, and definitely there's going to be like a raffle draw that we're doing later on. If you might notice, there is a tarpaulin right under or at the bottom of that panel that says "Look for Little Letty." So just like what we did at the Guadalajara International Book Fair last weekend, we've had a very successful book fair, by the way, in Guadalajara, Mexico. It was amazing. It was like the best indoor event I've ever attended. So if your books were there, then definitely it was discovered. It was definitely scanned and skimmed by our readers from the Latino community. It has been an amazing opportunity for ReadersMagnet to be there, and that was the first. And I know we're kind of busy because we're doing it again this time, this weekend here in Manhattan, New York. But this is open for everyone, and not only for anybody who's not an author or not planning to write. If you have a chance later, by the way, probably around 4:30 during our break in the afternoon, you definitely can join Even Authors Can. We're giving away 2 Kindle devices today. All you have to do is to look for Little Letty. And I think we've already had some participants earlier this morning have joined. Definitely, Amrita's kids definitely joined several times so that they can win several times as well. So if you guys have time later on, then do it. But in the meantime, I'll be introducing our next speaker who wrote the book, How to Be Entrenched with the Son of God. Our next author is a retired registered nurse. And in 1978, she and her family relocated from New York to Dublin, Georgia, where she worked for the Veterans Administration Hospital for 20 years. And in 2017, she moved to Jacksonville, Florida, where she now resides with her family. She has 5 well-established God-blessed children, and she is a grandmother and a great-grandmother. Her book is one of the greatest blessings and gifts from God, is that has allowed us to know Him. So let us therefore come boldly unto the throne of grace. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the author of How to Be Entrenched with the Son of God, Ms. Margie Green Moss. A round of applause.
Excuse me, go on by.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
As the gentleman says, I'm Margie Green Moss, and I am from. Thank you. I'm standing. I'll do that.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. So, on the long trip from Texas to New York yesterday, well, maybe it's not that, just 3.5 hours. But I was thinking, things have changed. I remember, like in the late 1990s, early 1200s, that 2000, that I have, excuse me, 2000, that things have changed. Do you remember the saying, the world is going to hell in a handbasket?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that was, everybody said that. I didn't understand the handbasket part. Oh, but before I go any further, let me thank ReadersMagnet, the whole staff, and especially Joe and Amy. Those 2 ladies know their job, they get their job done, and I am here today because they're helping me to promote my book, How to Be Entrenched with the Son of God. And I have some more thanks to my daughter and one of my 5 granddaughters who traveled with me. I am very, very grateful. The world has changed. Well, I'm a senior. I know you can't tell by looking at me, but I am over 60. Actually, I'm over 70. But back in the day, some of you may remember, back in the day, going to the movie theater was a big thing. And there then on Friday or Saturday evenings, going out to dinner and then going to the movie theater. That was major. And I used to love those old war movies. I remember, and I know there's somebody in here that remember Gregory Peck, Kirk Douglas, and From Here to Eternity, that was Burt Lancaster. From Here to Eternity was where our naval base was attacked, and quite a few people were killed. But guess what? We're coming up on the 80th year, on December the 7th, just a few more days of the 80th year of the Pearl Harbor incident, where seniors, survivors, veterans, and visitors from all over the world are gathering together to recognize the 2,403 that survived. They were killed on that attack. Are there any veterans in our audience today? We applaud you.
Thank you.
We thank you for your service. Thank you. One more movie I want to mention is Forrest Gump. Anybody remember that movie? Forrest, oh yeah. I thought always everybody in here would remember that movie, Forrest Gump. That soldier saved lives on the battlefield. He had a best friend by the name of Bubba. And Bubba was injured by enemy fire. And Forrest Gump, I'm sorry, a little bit. Whoa. But Forrest Gump saved those lives of his fellow soldiers. What happened, because he was such a dear friend of Bubba, who had been injured, and he was looking for Bubba on the battlefield. And every time he passed by another soldier, he picked that soldier up and ran with him to the shore. They had the medical ships coming in, and he would save those soldiers' lives. But he wouldn't stop looking for Bubba. He was just going and calling out Bubba. He picked up another soldier, then another soldier, and ran with them to the shore. The best part I liked was that scene, if y'all remember, that scene where the airplanes were flying, the bombs were dropping, and the lights from the bomb showed his silhouette in the trees and the bushes, and he had a soldier in his arms. I just love that. I just love saving lives. I was, as the gentleman said, a nurse for 21 years. I worked at the VA in Dublin, Georgia, and I worked with veterans. I worked in the long-term care. I worked with veterans young and veterans old. I like to think that I did make a difference. But I want to make sure you understand that soldiers never forget. In the hospital, they looked out for each other. They spoke for each other. It was like two sides, the administration and the veterans. You could not mistreat, by no means, the soldier. They were thick as thieves. I like that. I like the fact that soldiers had stamina. They had their ways of camaraderie. They had brotherly love. Do you remember also in those soldier movies, those war movies, that the soldiers dug ditches or trenches? Did you know that those trenches was as large as 3 to 6 feet wide and 10 to 12 feet deep. At first, when they started digging them, they came to fall in on, because it was dirt, but they kind of made it more livable. And I use the word livable very, very carefully. But what they did was they put wood ditches, wood planks to hold the dirt up. Then they put steps in so that the soldiers can come out easier. Some of those soldiers stayed in the ditches up to 8 days. Straight. It was not easy. There was a lot of severe health risk and all kinds of diseases living in the trenches. And again, I want to say, all our military are to be honored for their sacrifices. They put their lives on the line in foreign countries, fighting against enemies who have little or no regard for human life. Our military do this, knowing that sometimes their efforts are not appreciated by some of us. But today, we do give regard to veterans. Excuse me for changing pages. The soldiers had different trenches, not just the frontline trenches. They had the resting trenches. They had the supply trenches. They had ammunition trenches. But things are a lot different today. They now, of course, women are not as appreciated, and they certainly were not appreciated being in the military. But more and more women are just fighting back, and they're joining the military. So when I retired from the VA, my children said, well, I was always a busy person. So all of a sudden I was retired and I was sitting around. They said, why don't you write a book? So they instilled in me the need or thought of writing a book. So I then tried to figure out, what can I write about? I wrote my first book by the name of Missy, You're Never Alone. And then I wrote Missy Volume 2. Those two books were based on a true life story, my life story. I had a time coming up with that, but when I prayed to God about, well, what should I write about? I'm a nurse, I'm not a writer. I just want to. And so when I wrote the book, those are the two things came out. But then I got to where I said, okay, I'm an author. So I said, well, I want to write a how-to book. And if you'll know, maybe 10, 15 years ago, how-to books were very popular. But I couldn't think of a subject to write about that I could write and teach. Because if you write a how-to book, you're going to have to show how to write a how-to book. So one morning, I came up with the thought, God-given, I'm sure, that he said, God said, all of my children, number one, that believe in me, are soldiers. All of God's children are soldiers. And then I looked up soldiers, and it said that soldiers are those that serve in any army. And an army is a large number of people, just a large number of people, typically formed or organized for a particular purpose. That's what an army is. So then the Lord told me, write a book and title it, How to Be Entrenched with the Word of God. then I had to look up the word entrenched. I Googled it, and entrenched means firmly established, difficult or unlikely to change, ingrained. Entrenched is an attitude, a habit, or a belief. Then I thought about the war movies and the soldiers in the trenches, and I said, God has tied those two things together for me. Wow. He tied together my admiration for the U.S. military members and my love for the spiritual army of God. Many men and women stand up before the world every day with only the use of the word of God and their life to fight enemies. Some of the Bible words they use to fight with is found in the Bible book of Ephesians. And it says, finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the full armor of God so that you will be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. The armor of God consists, the armor of God's children consists of the helmet of salvation, truth, righteousness, and prayer. Prayer at all times in the Spirit. Believers in Christ are called on to stand up and be strong for what is right and to fight for what we believe. Of course, not with guns or bombs, but with the full armor of God and God's word. So the world is falling to hell in a handbasket. But now I know that part about the handbasket. Handbaskets are small and they're lightweight. So the saying is, the world is going to hell rather quickly. The Bible says, and this is something right here. The Bible says, but realize this, in the last days, difficult times will come. For men will be lovers of self, lovers of money, boastful, arrogant, revelers, disobedient to parents, without self-control. Men will be brutal. They will be haters of good. They will be malicious gossips. They will be without self-control. They will be treacherous. They will be reckless. They will be conceited. They will be lovers of God, but they're not holding the form of God. In an article I read by Seth Bowenstein of the Associated Press, it said, if planet Earth just got a physical exam, just like we get a physical exam, our doctors would say, Earth is really quite sick right now. And it's in terms of many of our areas and any of our systems. It's not a terminal diagnosis. Planet can recover if it changes, including our use of coal, our use of oil, natural gases, and the way we treat the land and the way we treat the water. Man can turn from his wicked ways, and the earth can be improved. But to those of us who are already looking to God, God says, and I believe, be anxious for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. The title of the book I've written, Guided by God, How to Be Entrenched with the Son of God, makes me know that there is a way, and there's always going to be a way with God. But we must begin with the knowledge of who the Son of God is. Jesus is the Son of God. The Bible says in the book of John, Jesus tells his disciples, do not be afraid. Do not let your heart be troubled. Believe in God, believe also in me. Jesus also said, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father but through me. So the title of the book could read, How to Be Entrenched with Jesus. Lots of people accept the God the Father, but now they know God the Son. God the Son is Jesus. So once we have accepted Jesus as our Lord and Savior, our God, it's automatic that you want to know more and more about him. You want to fall deeper and deeper in love with him. And that occurs as you become entrenched with him. Why should you want to be entrenched? Like I said earlier, earth is going to hell in a handbasket. And the dictionary says that means to become completely ruined. The world is going to complete ruin. But there are benefits of knowing Jesus and benefits to being entrenched with the Son of God. The benefits of growing in him. You will experience more and more peace and rest of your soul. Google says, and I really rely on Google, y'all. I'm always Googling something. But Google says, in lay language, as a part of you, the soul is a part of you that consists of your mind, your character, your thoughts, and your feelings. When your soul is at peace, there is an inner calmness and there is content. You do all you can do. As being entrenched with God, you do all you can do. And the rest you take to him. And you lay it at Jesus' feet. And you pray and you ask him, what should I do, Lord? And do nothing until he tells you. He'll talk to you. When I think back, I had a family member I just could not understand. I was not in the Lord like I am today. And she was always doing something in the church. She was always giving. She was always baking cakes. She was taking people to their doctor's office. And she had a car wreck. And then they found out she had glaucoma. And she couldn't drive herself anymore. She couldn't take care of other people. And then she couldn't take care of herself. And then she stopped taking her medicines. And anyone that would listen to her, she would say, I'm ready to go home. The circumstances in our lives will make us change our minds. And she had changed to, I'm ready to go home. I've done all I can do here. So one morning, about 3 months later, she was gone. She fell asleep and didn't wake up. But she did have a humbling and a giving spirit. Another reason for wanting to be entrenched with God is the deeper in Christ you grow, the clearer his voice becomes. I see a young lady just nodding her head. She knows the Lord. He will guide you all day long. Sometimes his voice can be so clear, you even look to the left or to the right, and his voice, there's nobody there, but you still have heard his voice. I have got to close, I want to tell you that the books that I have mentioned are available at Barnes & Noble and Amazon and at ReadersMagnet. And I want to tell you that in the back of How to Be Entrenched with the Son of God, there's a tablet, there's a question and answer that you can measure your entrenchment with the Word of God. And if you answer yes, make sure that the Bible says yes also, not just you. And then after you say yes and you're sure that that is a yes, you can add other levels of entrenchment. So you grow. As you grow, you become entrenched. I'm going to close by saying, to know Yeshua, which is the other name for Jesus in the Old Testament, you must turn from the ways of the world. You must understand there is no fence to sit on. You're either with God or you're against God. And I believe no one wants to be against God. Thank you. Thank you for your time and thank you for your purchase.
I just want to say God bless you. I mean, that was riveting. And I was 32-year Army veteran, which stopped along Korea, Panama, Afghanistan along the way. And you know it, you may go into a foxhole and atheist, but you're coming out a believer.
Praise the Lord.
And one of the things, real quick, about the movie you were talking about, Forrest Gump, you remember he saved Lieutenant Dan.
Yes.
Fortunately, we've become so technologically advanced as far as our medical field. If we get to a guy, we can save his life. But remember, he didn't want to be saved.
He didn't want to be saved.
And we have a lot of guys that are coming back with 3, quadruple amputations the worst, but 2. And it's hard for those guys to, adjust to, actually being, before they would have died on the battlefield. But we've become so good at what we do, we're able to get them to land school to Germany and stay in there and eventually over to the States. We save a lot of lives, but then it's all up here. It's minimal.
And that's why we, as children of God, are soldiers, and we're still on the battlefield. We got to talk to those people. We got to tell them, beyond what you're feeling right now, there's more. There's God. And tell them how they can be in this.
But without people like you in the support structure back home, our guys wouldn't fight the way they fight.
Well, praise the Lord.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Once again, a round of applause for Ms. Margie Green Moss. That was an amazing, inspiring song. Now, this afternoon, we will be hearing to our next speaker, and she's been with us since, when was the first time I ever met her? That was at Tucson, Arizona in 2022. That was March of 2022. And since then, she's been with us, traveling to different places. And now here we find ourselves again in Manhattan. Our next author, first, like Mr. Edward Lipinski, has written one book. I think that was You're Kidding, I'm a Senior. And then from then on, she was able to publish several books like Humor All the Way, Freckles, and Petey the Pug. And our next author, I think it's now a celebrity in, which country was that? I think in the Bahamas, that you always travel to. Our next speaker lives in Aruba to be specific. She lives in Texas with her husband. Anthony is always very supportive. Hi, sir. Children Kelly and Ty, and 6 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. Now, growing up, Renee had many different animals, and one time had a rabbit, and she believes that rabbits make the best indoor pets and are bursting with personality. And definitely besides Freckles, she's going to talk about the first book, You're Kidding, I'm a Senior, Humor All the Way, Freckles, and the most recent one, I believe, is Petey the Pug. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Miss Renee Cervello. A round of applause.
hello everybody this afternoon. We've had some great authors up here, and I'm just happy to be part of the group. I have 4 books. You're kidding. I'm a senior. Yes, I'm a senior, but you know what? I love to see the humor in the aging process. We are all, even as we sit here today, aging. The next one was Humor All the Way, and on the bottom of it, I wrote, humor is the RX for life. That's pretty much the way I've lived my life. And I realize a lot of people have some situations that are not so great. All of us have gone through that. But you know what? If you could just get a little bit of humor in your day or in your week, it does help a lot. And I heard Lady Haley this morning say the same thing. She was recovering from cancer. And she said humor was part of her therapy that got her through it. And that's the way I live my life. I believe that totally. Then there was a gentleman at ReadersMagnet that said, Bob Marcus, that said, Renee, why don't you try something different? Write a children's book. So I said, actually, I have several stories that I've already written because I've been writing since the 4th grade. I just keep it up. And so Freckles, all of my books are nonfiction, and Freckles was our indoor pet. I had lots of pets growing up. I was very blessed. And one of them had been a rabbit. And I believe that rabbits are bursting with personality. So if you're ever looking for a really unique pet that will really entertain you, rabbits are the way to go, in my book. Now, my husband had not grown up with a lot of pets like I had, so when I came to him and said, I would like a rabbit for Mother's Day, he's like, Renee, And I said, yes, you're going to love Freckles. Well, we hadn't named her yet. He actually named her. So our daughter said, what would you like for Mother's Day? And I told her, a rabbit. And she said, okay. She's gung-ho on anything I come up with. So she came home with this little 2-pound ball of fluff. That's all she was. She could fit in my hand. And Anthony noticed that she had the little brown patches in her fur. And he said, this is Freckles. So our daughter says, well, do you want to adopt her? And I said, yes, she's our family. She's Freckles Cervello. So we had so many experiences with her. She was a people bunny. So the minute the doorbell rang, she had grown to 4 pounds by now. That little ball of fluff would run to the front door, knock us aside, stand up on her hind legs, and look at each person that came into the house. She loved people bunny. And then if we would sit around, she would make a mad dash around the room and end up in my lap. And I would put her little head on my arm, and she would watch people as they were talking, like she understood. Very, very unique rabbit. And she really bonded with Anthony. He wasn't used to being that close to pets, but they had several things that they did together. One of them was the dishes at night. I would cook. He would load the dishwasher with the dishes, and she would stand there the whole time with those legs or front paws up in the air, watching every fork, every plate that went into that dishwasher. That was their time. So she was very special to us, but there was something that was more special once I published the book. I began to hear from families that had adopted children, and their adopted children identified with Freckles, and I had never thought of that aspect of the book. So I called my cousin. She and her husband had adopted 4 children, and she was having problems with the youngest son because he wasn't turning his light off at night, getting ready for school the next day at 9 o'clock like he was supposed to. So she said, why are you up past curfew? And he said, Mom, I'm reading Freckles. And she said, but you know, you've read Freckles 100 times. Why every night at 9 o'clock? He said, well, because it reminds me that you and Dad adopted me into your home, and the Cervellos adopted Freckles into their home. We're the same. Freckles and I are the same. That's the best thing I've ever done as an author. The best. So she's very special, and she's made a lot of children very happy with the life that we gave her and with the life that they're having with their parents. The latest book is Petey the Pug Escapes for 24 Hours. This is another true story. Our son came over for dinner one night. He sat down. He worked for a golfing facility that has the big cage wire around it. And he was telling us about this little pug dog that dug and dug and dug until they got under that fence and into that facility. So everybody was petrified that a golf ball was going to hit this old dog and kill him. So they picked him up and got him out of there, and Petey began 24 hours of fun. Now, his poor family did not know where he was. They were calling all over, but however, they did not call the golfing facility. So our son took him home that night, made a little pallet beside his bed, and then took Petey back the next day. So it's a really good read for the kiddos. We've had good feedback on this book. But there is a message here that children do not leave your family. They worry about you, and it's not good if you want to leave your family. So the next thing I wanted to say is I write in the humor books. I have another one coming out in 2024, but I write stories. That's what I'm known for. I go stories after story after story after story. Funny. I like funny, and I love humor. So we've had so many funny experiences in our life, and I have a unique perspective on some things, and one of the unique perspectives came up this weekend. I was reading about Travis Kelce. And by the way, do you know the Kelce boys? Raise your hand if you know all about the Kelce boys now. Okay, a lot of people know the Kelce boys. Okay. Well, I was reading that Travis said he may have to retire from football because he had already had 10 surgeries. And I'm thinking about that. That's not good. That's not good. So I go into my husband who's watching a football game, and I said, mute it for a minute. I have a question. What if you were younger and you had to suit up every weekend and go out on a football field and let all kinds of men who weighed about 300 pounds apiece chase you and then end up on you, and then pile after pile after pile? And that's thousands of pounds that are now on you, and they are grinding you into astroturf. How do you think that would make you feel? Is that something you wish you would have done? He said, good Lord, no, Renee, no. I was in human resources. He was, and very happy with that job. So I started thinking about that, and I said, well, we need to do something to protect these guys through the years. So there have been so many injuries. So I came up with a solution really quick. We're going to get some special engineers. We're going to roll up all of that astroturf. We're going to put 6 inches of foam underneath it. Then we're going to roll the astroturf back, and we're going to glue it down on the sides, and no more injuries, or maybe not as severe. So Mama Cervello to Mama Kelce, we're going to take care of your boys. It's going to get better. We have a solution. Now just find the engineers. But the other thing is that when we go on family reunions, oh boy, anybody come from a big family? My husband has a huge family. I have a huge family. And those are interesting days. Try to get everybody to decide where they want to go, what they want to eat, what they're going to do, what time they want to be awakened. Well, fast forward a million years, we've had our children, our grandchildren, we've taken them on trips. The number one thing is, please don't wake us up in the morning. That's number one. I don't think they even care where they're going. Please don't wake us up in the morning. So we got that message loud and clear. So if they're around us, we let them sleep. The other thing I wanted to tell you about was when we decided that we were coming here to be with the Readers Magnet group. And I looked at the schedule and it said December. I'm a tropical girl. I'm in San Diego year round. December in New York. this is going to be difficult for me because I don't like to be cold. So I thought the first thing that came to mind, don't worry about what you bring the books. Think about tights. Tights. You ladies know what I'm talking about. They're like pantyhose, but they're thicker than pantyhose. So Renee needed tights if she was going to come do this. So I didn't worry about it until last week. Guess what? There were no Houston tights anywhere to be found. And I'm like in a panic. Do I need to call this group and say, no tights, Renee can't come? But no, I finally found a pair of tights. There weren't that many on the shelf. And I bought my size and I took them home and I pulled them out of a little tiny box thinking that they would really, really, really expand. No. They were 6 inches in length. And I'm like, how? So I began to stretch, wash them, stretch. I'm wearing them today. That's the only thing that got me out of the hotel was wearing my tights. So there have been a lot of things going on with the books, but I wanted to say something about ReadersMagnet. I love these guys, all of them. I had been with some other companies before a young gentleman called me one day and asked me to talk to the readers group. And I said, why do I need another group of people about books? And he said, no, trust me, you need to come, blah, 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 blah. His name was Ian Espina. So he wore me down. He's very good at his job. He wore me down, and he had me come to ReadersMagnet. And Ian and I have continued on with other projects, and he's always had my back. He's very, very passionate about his job. So thank you, Ian Espina, for bringing me into this new family of mine. Then we've got the Power Rangers. Folks, that's what I call them. This one, James, that one, John, Leah, I don't know where you are, but there are Power Rangers in this company, and they are my personal Power Rangers. We do a lot of good stuff together. It's exciting, but I was getting concerned last week because they stayed in Guadalajara. Come on, guys, did you remember? We got to get together in New York. And then they were meeting with so many different people, so I sent them a note. I said, what are you guys doing down there? Are you opening a new office or what? Get up here. We need you here. So guess what? They all came back. So it's your family too. They're here. I don't know how they're here and being so vivacious, but that's the kind of people they are. And I want to tell new authors, most of you are maybe some of you have been around for a while, but one of the most fun things that Readers does for its authors is they have book signings all over the United States. Now they have gone international. So, you know, they were in Frankfurt, they were in Guadalajara last we know bad hurricanes, and that was not a bad hurricane, but I was terrified just the same. But ReadersMagnet didn't miss a beat. They had their confab going on, and it worked out beautifully. So the other thing that they do is the reason reason I really joined them was because of their marketing program. Because I wrote this little book without asking the company, do you have marketing? And when I did ask the question, the answer was no. You have to find your own marketing. And I'm like, oh my God. I asked Anthony, I said, what have I done? He said, disaster, Renee, disaster. Everything with him is a disaster, Renee. So anyway, Ian did get me to Reader's Magnet, and that saved my life. So you can publish all the books you want to. Anybody can publish a book, but if nobody knows about it, you're not going to have any sales. And that's sort of important if you want to keep going. So I think all of us in this room and people that are with Reader's Magnet, we all understand what they do for us. And, you know, when I first joined, I thought, boy, they have a huge program of marketing. And when I've been interviewed after that, after the beginning, it's like, okay, they've come up with a lot of different new marketing. But I must say that now they're going international. I was watching them down in Guadalajara. They were meeting with business leaders of the city, book promoters of the city, financial people, and I'm like, you know, like I said, I think they're opening an office down there. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing good business for all of us over there. I was quite impressed. So they really take your book to the next level. And even if you can't do all of this marketing, well, okay, maybe you can occasionally do a book signing, because that's a lot of fun. That's with your readers that want to come meet you, and it's just a fun experience that I have always loved. And if you cannot make it, you can send your books with them and they will take them. Now, the month of April alone this year, my books went to San Francisco, Los Angeles, and London. Yes, London. And I'm like, wow, am I having a lousy life or what? These books. Oh, and they came home. They came home to Houston and they all had a British accent. And I'm like, no, I'm tired of these books having this kind of a life. So here I am. No hurricane in sight. So I think we're going to be good today. But that's the secret, I think, because 5 months ago, my book life went crazy. I wasn't expecting any of it. Some really good things are in the works for all 4 of these books right now, and I was not expecting this. And I think it was due to the Reader's Magnet. They got my name out there. They got the books' names out there. And now, you know, people want to talk to me. I don't have people, but apparently now I do have people. So it's pretty exciting. But along that line, I realized that, and you do too, that when really nice things happen to you, it's because people have helped you along the way. So besides Reader's Magnet, and I told you about Ian, who continues to have my back, and then now there's a young man in California, Trevor Smith, who is with Blackstone. He's working with 2 agents on 2 books of mine, and he's been a tremendous help to me. And just recently, like a month ago, I got a new agent with a new firm here in New York, Kim Martin with Crown Publishing. And it's sort of funny because she and I were just beginning to know one another. And the company said, we're having the Eric Hoffer Award ceremony was coming up. And they were able to elect 1 author from their company. So they had 25 that they presented. And this is the book that won. So this little book became an Eric Hoffer Award nominee. We won the first round. And we're going on to the big round in January, which will be in Washington, I think. And there will be 100 of us vying for the final place, but it all happened suddenly 5 months ago. And again, why did it happen 5 months ago and just now? I did more advertising and marketing this year than I had in the years past. And so I will be forever grateful to this group here that is running this for us, because they made sure that my books were out there, and now people are calling me. It's something that I never expected, and I'll always be grateful to you guys. So I hope that, well, I know if you're with readers, you're having great experiences too. And I wish all of you continuation of your journey, because it's not easy getting these books published and getting people to know about them. We all know it's not easy, but you can do it with this group because they have our backs, and I really appreciate that. And thank you to my hubby, who has been with me on this journey. He thinks I'm nuts sometimes, but he's been with me. He stuck with me. And our kiddos, Kelly and Ty. And now it's a family affair, because when I published Petey, I hadn't told my son, who had given me the story in the first place, that I had published a book. I just handed him the book one day, and he said, I just told you a story a few months ago, and it's a book? And I said, yeah, it's a book. Be careful what you say to me. And so we have a little grandson that went on a first date this year, and he told me about the date, and I'm like, oh my God, that's the most horrible thing. And then I started laughing and couldn't stop. He picked the girl up. He had never driven downtown Houston, which is a lot of traffic. And so he had a wreck going into downtown, and he had his second wreck coming out of downtown that night, and the other car wasn't hurt, but his hood just went flying off into the air. And I said, Ty, will you ever ask that girl out again? Lane. And he says, Nene, I'm not going to tell you anything because you'll put it in a book and embarrass me. I said, no, I won't put it in a book. I'll just tell everybody about it. How's that? So you got to love your family. I don't know if they love me anymore, but you got to love your family. But I wish you all the best, you authors, and much success with your books. And happy holidays to everybody. And thank you for listening to me today. Really appreciate that.
No questions? Do you have questions?
Any questions?
I was wondering how your process differs when you're writing things for kids and when you're writing for adults.
Okay, well, kids, I sort of start thinking about my animals because my animals because well, like I say, I've always had so many animals growing up: a squirrel, a horse, goats, you name it, I had it. But I start thinking how they would speak, and then I think of children wanting to read the books and how they would speak, and it just sort of, I get down on their level, I guess you would say. But I see funny stuff with animals also with humans, but little animals are funny in their own right. So it's pretty easy for me when I come down to the animal level. Yeah.
Did you ever have a chance to talk about the book about Freckles with Freckles? Do meetings and stuff with Freckles?
No,
Oh, okay.
It didn't. She passed on. She's in bunny heaven.
I'm sorry.
So no, that's fine. We'll see her again. It's not all bad. But no, she had already passed, and I just couldn't even talk about her for years because it was so sad. But now we know we'll be together again. But she really, well, all of you that are pet lovers, you become very, very attached and close, and they understand you. They understand English. They understand your pets speak to them. So yeah. No, she was gone when I wrote the book. Anything else? Carol's coming up next. I can't take her time. Okay, well, come on, Carol. You're it.
Do you have any other questions? Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Nate.
It's always fun with Renee and it's been 2 years. So thank you so much for the good words, by the way, Renee. It's amazing, and I'm a proud Power Ranger. Right, this time. Amazing. So we have another speaker in continuation to the vivacious spirit of Miss Renee Cervella is another one. And the first time we met her was in San Diego a couple of months ago. And our next speaker has enjoyed a passion in the organizational development space for 18 years, specializing in leadership communication as founder and CEO of Langford Leadership and as a senior consultant with Korn Ferry International. She carries a professional coaching certification with the International Coach Federation, a Master of Fine Arts from New York University Tisch School of the Arts, a certificate in conflict transformation from Baltimore Mediation, and is an ordained minister. Carol is currently achieving a certification for brain-based approaches to leadership from the Neuroscience Leadership Institute to talk about herself, her background, her amazing story, and her book, The Speed of Passion. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Miss Carol Ann Langford. A round of applause. Woo!
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you here today. And I want to say good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night to all of the people chiming in from YouTube, from Twitter, from Facebook. What a delight to be with you all here today. The speed of passion, how relationship-based leadership drives innovation. What a title. I don't know. What do you think? What does that sound? What does that mean to you? Anybody have any ideas? So, it's no coincidence that the audience is kind of quiet right now. Let me tell you a story. Just the other night, and I have two of my family members here who were at this place, my dear friend and her husband happened to acknowledge to this esteemed group of people who were visiting that I had written this book. And the people said, oh, do tell us, what's the name of the book? And my friend got the book over and he looked at it and I said, yes, it's The Speed of Passion, how relationship-based leadership drives innovation. And they all went, oh, great. And then they said, what's it about? And I thought, what's it about? What do you mean, what's it about? It's about passion, it's about leadership, it's about relationships, it's everything that's in the title. And I found myself feeling really awkward, and I said, well, it's about executive leadership, and we include communication, we include neuroscience, we include emotional and social and cultural intelligence, and we include conflict transformation. And it's about all those things that impact leadership and make a really, really big positive difference. And they all went, oh, that's great. So I have to tell you, this was a really teaching moment for me. Because I went home and I felt uncomfortable. I said, there was something not entirely accurate about my response. I said, what I did is I shared with them the components of the book, but I didn't really share what it's about. I failed to share what it's about to me. What I want to share with you today, what this book is about to me, it's about elevating human potential, human possibility, human creativity. That's at the deepest part of my heart and soul. My deepest calling is, what would it look like if we created conditions in the world where people could fulfill their deepest, creative, highest possibility? What might the world look like if we could do that? So it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, how many people can relate to feeling a passion for something? How many people can? You have a passion, you feel a passion about something. Or sometimes you might say you feel a little calling about something. Is it Hannah in the front row here? Yes. Can you tell me, Hannah, what are you passionate about? Stand up here. Yeah. Nice big voice.
I'm passionate about screenwriting.
Screenwriting. And can you share What is it about screenwriting that you're passionate about? What are you hoping will occur as a result of your screenwriting?
I think I like it a lot when people respond positively to things that I've created and let me share a part of myself.
And what might be the reasons that they would respond positively? What would it do for them if they're responding positively?
It would invoke some kind of emotion in them in some way.
So it could invoke some kind of emotion in them. Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, yes. It might evoke some emotion. So what is it that evokes emotion in us? What is it? What is it that gets our emotions engaged, that drives us, that gives us the energy to say, I'm going to write a book. I'm going to create a play. I'm going to create a movie. Where does that come from? What would you say?
Interest?
Sorry?
Interest? Or...
Your interest. Yes. And where might your interest come from?
Your love?
Your love. Oh, that's beautiful. That's wonderful. Well, I think we've all identified that most of us can have passion about something. And often, and believe me, I've been in the corporate coaching space, the corporate training space for, it said 18 years. That wasn't quite true. It's actually over 20. I don't like to tell people that. Anyway, so I've been there. In the process of coaching, I learned people's stories. So anybody have an insight like where your deepest passions come from in your life? When you track your life, you go back. And this is what I did the other night when I was asking myself, what's my book really about? And I went, oh, it's about elevating human possibility. It's about elevating human consciousness. That's really what drives me. Anybody have an idea where that kind of a passion might have come from? Yes. Real loud.
Maybe about identifying with something that either happened in your life or someone.
Identifying with something that's happened in my life or someone else's life. Yes, that's very possible. Now, let me just put this out to the group as well. Life is so rich, isn't it? And when I look back on my own life, I think I've been so blessed. I've had many wonderful things happen, but there have also been really hard things that have happened. That's why I feel that I've been so blessed, because I've seen the very best of the human condition and I've witnessed the not so great part of the human condition. And what is it about the hard things that bring us a gift? I'd say for me, it gave me my passion for making a positive difference in the world. Anybody relate to family system? There might have been some suffering. Yep, in mine it was the loss of my dear father due to alcoholism. And as a little kid, when you witness that, and probably others can identify as well, when we see that kind of cost, when you witness the cost of that kind of suffering, often that's the thing that drives us to overcome that kind of obstacle. So throughout my life, I have been really inspired by this idea of elevating human possibility. And that has taken me into the corporate space now, do coaching, training, conflict transformation, you name it, everything. Now, one of the ideas that I had for our session today is that rather than my going back and telling lots of stories, and if you're interested in this, the book has lots of stories. I'll tell you, a whole lot of stories. I bring you into the coaching room with me. And these are real people. I've concealed their identities entirely. You never know who they are. But we go through the coaching process. And I've heard from people who have read the book that they found that really compelling. So you can see how that coaching process works. And you can see how the mechanisms for emotional intelligence, neuroscience, conflict transformation, executive communication, how all of those are very powerful mechanisms for driving best results for teams and organizations. So that's all there. But I thought what might be fun today is for us to do a coaching session right here. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Giancarlo Avinas, who is Vice President at ReadersMagnet. Sir, please come up. Please come up.
All right.
Delighted to have you here, sir.
Yes.
Giancarlo has agreed to be the coachee And what I'm gonna bring him through is one of the aspects of coaching that includes communication, right? Communication. It's very fundamental. It's foundational for success. Why do you think? What is it about communication that matters? Why is that a game changer in leadership? Yes, nice and loud.
Because you need clarity of vision.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Say it again. Because you need clarity of vision. Can we all say we need clarity of vision?
We need
Yes. Oh, that was you don't get that yet. We got to try it again. What is it? We need what? We need clarity of vision. Thank you very much. Yes. So I'm so grateful that John Carlavinas is willing to work in this process with us today. So here's the scenario. He's an executive, which he is. And he has a team, which he does. And he's going to be giving a message to the team. He's going to be working with them, motivating them. So we're going to work on how can we enhance his executive communication. All right. So first of all, John, I want to ask, what team do you manage?
Overall, we manage the sales team as well as the after-sales service.
Sales and after sales, crucial, yes. And I've benefited from your team, as a matter of fact. Okay, now let me ask you this: how do you feel about your team? What's your opinion, feeling about them?
I feel that they have the best of intentions, and they're driven, and all they need is just continued motivation for them to have more purpose.
Nice. And where do you come in on that? What do you feel is your responsibility in leading them?
My responsibility and my accountability is to really engage with them and to see and guide them through the things that they have to do. Right.
Wow, it's a bonus. All right, here we go. So we're gonna role play a meeting with John Carlavinas and his team, and we're gonna do the first round. This is the first round. It's like, what would you say to your team at a meeting? Maybe we're talking about quarterly results, whatever. So let's hear the first round in his communication.
All right. So team, what's up? We failed last month. Fell short, 97% of goal for revenue. Did not even meet attrition. Notice I'm looking at my phone and I'm not looking at you. Did not meet our attrition and turnover numbers, sadly at 10%. After sales service surveys fell short, also at 95%. Any questions? None. Let's hit goal.
So, before we go on, I'm going to ask him this question. Giancarlo, with your team, how do you want to be perceived by them? What thoughts do you want them having about you? What language would they be using to describe your influence in leadership? How do you want them thinking about you? Give us just a few words, a few adjectives.
A few adjectives. So probably I would choose, or I would like to believe that they look at me as an inspiration.
Okay.
All right. Inspiring. Someone that will really partner with them. So partnering, inspiring. And lastly, but not definitely the least, is that I would want them to be to perceive me as someone who will support, so supporting.
Great. Inspiring, partnership, supportive. Nice. How much inspiration, support, partnership did you hear in that message just now?
None. I'm not even going to give you a point.
Oh, not even 1 point, not even one. Okay, great. So thank you for the observation. I know you can trust your team members.
Yes.
Now, the question is, what happened in that communication that this wonderful team member didn't experience inspiring, support, partnership? What was it that happened? Anybody have an idea? Yes.
It was one-sided.
One-sided, meaning all from him?
Yeah.
Okay, didn't really include them. Yes, yes. He was also closed. He was closed. And she did this gesture. He was closed. Where were his eyes?
On the phone.
On the phone, looking down. Yes, good. Something else that gave you the cue that he wasn't really inspiring or interested in partnership. Yes?
It was focusing just on the negative.
Focusing just on the negative. So the content itself wasn't entirely uplifting. Yeah. Any other insights you have, John, as to what happened in your delivery that was not so inspiring, partnering, or supporting?
And I was just nonchalant. That's the word, right? I did not even make them responsible or accountable to what I said. It was just like, damn if I said it or damn if I did it, right?
Okay, all right. Excellent observation. Now, let's start to use a few mechanisms and see what happens here. First of all, let's remember our intention. How many people believe in the power of intention? Let me just see from your hands. Yeah, everybody in here knows the power of intention because you brought powerful intentions into writing your book and being here today and all the other places you've been with Reader's Magnet. So bravos, yeah. Intention matters. So keeping the intention that you want to be inspiring in a partner way, supportive. Yeah. What if I suggested that you start the meeting with a point of view statement? A point of view statement, a value statement, something where you may include them, and it's giving them a bigger context for the work. So what might that point of view statement be?
Top of the morning, New York. Welcome to our daily meeting. So I found 3 things that everyone did, and it turned out to be a great pipe. It turned out to be almost a sale, but not quite. But if we hit those 3 things, we would get gold. So thank you for this.
Wow. So strong point of view. Yes, we've got a great pipe. If we hit these 3 things, we can make gold. Excellent. Now, next thing around leadership. And often, those of you who've worked, we've all had jobs. We've all been in organizations, right? What do you notice often when people are presenting? What do you notice? It becomes like an academic report. Have you noticed that? And certainly in a data-centric world, the data matters, no doubt. We've got to have it. But when it's delivered like an academic report, what's the impact? What's the impact on the listeners? It's an academic report. I see someone smiling here. What's the impact of that? Boring. Boring. Yes, our brains just come up. So in order to make it less one-sided, what might be your invitation for your audience? What action might you want your team to take? How might you want to involve them? You said you've got a great pipe. What action would you invite them to take?
Easily, I would say, so team, while we maintain what we were doing last month, what do you think? What do you think can we do? So I would invite them, as you've said, and I would ask them what their thoughts are.
Nice. Great. What's the impact when the manager asks the team, what are your thoughts? What's your thinking? What does that do to a team? It becomes less one-sided, right? Is it Oliver?
Yes.
Yeah. What would you say that does to the impact on the team?
It makes it less. It gives them power, accountability and power in the relationship.
Yes, it gives them accountability and power in the relationship. It's the definition of empowering. I'm inviting you to take this action. Thank you. Good. Now, if we're going to be inspiring, would it be useful for us to include a vision for the benefit to them?
Absolutely.
When they take the action?
Yes.
Yes. So what might be the vision for the benefit to your team when they take this action?
So let's not confuse the vision, and I would say the vision of the company is very important.
Yes.
But I think what's more important is the vision of the individual.
Yes.
Right? So, it was Oliver, right?
Yeah.
So Oliver, why do you wake up each morning?
Ooh, I mean, I want to make a difference in my community.
Right. And how would you want to make a difference in your community?
Wants to make a difference, yes. What I really want to do is open a sanctuary for parrots.
Absolutely. Okay. And that's absolutely brilliant because I've heard people, that help that helps birds in general, but this is awesome. Parrots.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we hit goal, when we close that 3 prospects, you will have more opportunity to help that community that will help the parrots. Doesn't that sound good?
Yes.
Oh my God, sorry. Okay, let's hit goal. Okay.
I love it. We're saving the parents today, everybody.
Yeah.
So this is important. The parents are amazing. Yes, great. Excellent. So here's my invitation now. Let's take complete ownership of this meeting, John Carl.
Yes.
And I'd love to hear your point of view statement, call to action, and vision for the benefit to your team, involving them, motivating them, inspiring them.
All right, so top of the morning again, New York.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not morning, so no wonder, but it's morning in the opposite side of the world, so probably good afternoon, New York City. Yeah? Okay, so we're here today because I was looking at the data and I actually saw 3 prospects that were left in the pipeline. And, with these 3 prospects that were very, very close to, to sealing the deal, we can actually not only hit goal this month, but we're actually going to exceed goal. How does that sound?
Good.
Good. Okay, so I want everyone to to put forth focus on the new acquisitions, but there are these 3 things, right? And what can we do with these 3 prospects? Blah 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 blah. Great idea, right? Great idea, and we will write it down, and we will make sure that we document this so that we will be reminded that this idea did not actually come from me. This idea didn't come from you, but we all agreed upon the idea. Okay, and a wonderful idea because here's the thing, right? You wanted your parrots to, to survive, to thrive, and to live longer. Then that's what you're gonna get. Carol, you wanted to take your family to Disney World. Well, that's gonna happen. So if we just focus on those 3 strategies while maintaining what we did last month, this month is going to be a stellar month. Do you agree, team?
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Can we have a round of applause for John Carl? I'm serious, guys. I got him in the back. Well, don't go anywhere. I was like 2 hours ago, I caught him in the back in the kitchen, and I said, I have this idea for what I can do today. Would you work with me? Like, you feel like improving this? And he totally went with it. We rehearsed 1 time. So I just want to, this is the example. This is the kind of service you get at ReadersMagnet. Really customer obsession for sure. So I want to thank you for that. Now let's just break it down really quickly here, assuming I still have time. I do. Okay, so what did you notice was different about this delivery? What was more engaging about this delivery, would you say?
Passion.
The action.
Passion.
Passion. Oh, passion. Thank goodness there's passion. Yes. Yes, the passion. And what happens when a leader brings that kind of passion into their leadership?
Everybody absorbs it.
Everyone absorbs it. It's contagious, isn't it? Yeah, just like negativity is contagious. Yes? So in his first delivery, what was your experience? We talked about that. It was a little bit boring. He seemed less engaged. Yes?
1 out of 10.
Yeah, 1 point out of 10. And what contributed to that? Let's talk about that for a second, because the content matters. We heard a very, very compelling point of view statement, a compelling call to action, and a compelling benefit. Those are all great, but he did something else the second time that he did not do the first time. And that has to do with the body language. So what aspects of the body language were not engaged the first time? What did we not see? What was absent the first time? The smile. Yes, what was going on with his face?
He
Flat, yes. So everybody, I want us to try something. I want you to turn to the person next to you and give them your flat face. Everybody goes, yeah. So you're invited to look at mine. So what kind of emotion do you experience when we've got a flat face in front of us? No emotion. Well, unless we're depressed, right? We might feel, oh dear, oh my, not having a good day. That's too bad, right? Well, this is the thing. Do you know where else it impacts us besides in the relationship? People's brains. Yes, we are wired to pay attention to where we can trust our environment and where we can't. So when we get those flat faces, what's our brain telling us? Not safe, exactly. Thank you. So that flat facial expression. Also, what about his voice? What was happening with the voice? First time. Monotone. And again, sometimes I've seen this in organizations where brilliant people, and believe me, this is where, I'm gonna say the truth, I have fallen in love with humanity, professionally in love with humanity, by working with hundreds of thousands of people over 20 plus years. I see magnificence all the time, but so often we're stuck in habits around delivering in ways we're not conscious of. So those flat voices, the flat facial expression, no harm there, but it's just not engaging the audience as much as it could. So that's why having some consciousness about the impact, face, voice, gestures. Then what did he do the second time? What happened the second time? What was changed? What was different? Quick.
His voice was louder.
Voice was louder. And was it just louder? Did it have some dimension to it? Did it come up? Did it go down?
There was energy.
There was what?
More energy.
More energy. That's exactly right. There was more energy. So how do we feel when the speaker brings more energy? More engaged. And what about trustworthy? Did you believe him? Did you feel you could trust him the first time? Maybe not. But how about the second time? More so. So that's what we call a consistent message. And this is what we're going for. This is our goal in leadership communication, is to build that relationship. Build that relationship by consciously considering who we're leading, considering their needs. So in all of my experiences, and I did this a little bit with John Carl too, what did you say when I said, how do you feel about your team and what would you want for them? Tell me a little bit more about as a leader, your thoughts as a leader about what you would want for your team.
Well, I want them to be successful, truthfully, because I know that when they are successful, not only is the organization successful, but I would be a proud parent.
Which means what? You're a proud parent
because I've spent time, nurturing them. I've spent time, communicating with them, and really, when you see them thrive and when you see them succeed, it's the monetary success is just very secondary, but the confidence that you see in them, the sparkle that you see in your team members is unparalleled.
Yes. And what does that do for you when you think about your work?
So I really chose to say that I'm a proud parent because I've always seen it as something. If you're a good leader, you can you will know your way to becoming a good parent. Do I make sense?
Yes, and I want to extend it into leadership.
Yes.
Yes, I'm asking, as someone who's a worker, who has a job, when you experience the sparkle and the confidence of your team, what else does that do for you as a human being working in the world?
That will make me so proud.
Proud.
Yes.
Beautiful. And might pride lead to meaning? Isn't that where our meaning comes from?
Yes.
Yes? So there we have it. Passion comes with speed, I would say. Would you agree with that? As we're passionate, we tend to speed up, we tend to find our rhythm. There's a natural cadence to what we do, but it's inspired, isn't it? And when we're considering the people that we're working with, would we say relationship is central?
Definitely.
Yeah, yeah. And when we make relationship central, might that have an impact on their performance?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd like to conclude with the speed of passion, how relationship-based leadership drives innovation. That's the central passion for my life. And I thank you for listening to this little talk. I thank John Carl for being an amazing partner and helper in this demonstration. And I think we can open it for questions. Can we open it for questions? Just a couple minutes. Yes, Oliver.
I was wondering if there was like one piece of advice that you would take from you, like you wanted someone to take from your book, like what would it be? Like if you could only give us like one sentence.
Trust your vision and your passion and use the mechanisms in that book to fulfill it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else have a question? Oh, yes. Nice big voice. Come on.
Do you want me to stand up? Okay, sorry. I was just wondering if you had any like tips or nuances between like one-on-one interpersonal relationship building and like community building, like larger scale.
Yes, excellent question. One-on-one versus community building or in groups. Yes, the principles are the same. The only difference is one-on-one it's a little bit more personal, right? We're just you and I having a conversation. So the skills might be more personally contextualized. The delivery skills may be a little bit less. It's not that they're not engaging, but it's not as pronounced. When you're talking to a group of 10 people or 20 or 50, we may need to, you'll notice here, we've got it's not a huge group, but it's a pretty big room. So you notice I'm using bigger gestures. I'm using a bigger voice. John Carl's using a bigger voice here because we want to fill the space. Why do I want to fill the space? Because I want to give a gift to the people in the back, right? I don't want to leave them out. So that's part of this servant leadership context. We're here to help. We're here to make a difference. We're here to elevate humanity. And in that way, we need to be heard. So this is why when people get up and I can't hear them, I say, and they'll say, well, I don't want to look like I'm arrogant or anything. I say, no. A little bit of false humility there. Your job as a leader is to be heard, to be seen. That's your role. So extend yourself. That's the job. And when we do so with sincerity and generosity and some degree of knowledge, I think we can have some very positive results. That's not to say everybody's going to agree with our suggestions. But that's where, take a look at the book. We've got some wonderful, wonderful approaches to how we navigate conflict. There are ways that you can take conflict, and instead of it becoming devastating and not just painful, but costly, it can be leveraged for creativity. So there's a nice way of receiving the conflict. Don't avoid it, receive it, and use it for the creativity that can come from it. It can get people working in partnership. Anything you'd like to say about conflict transformation or speaking to groups larger than one-on-one or versus a group?
So there will always be conflicts. I mean, as long as you manage people, as long as you manage personalities, you have to expect conflict, right? And speaking to a large group, it can be harder for some situations, but can also be the best solution for some situations. It's always an easy fix if you want to be quick and fast, but it can also be dangerous if the type of message you're expecting, if you're expecting different emotions from one particular message, it's best to do it in individually.
Yeah. Thank you for that, sir. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question. Can I step down?
No, you're going to come with me.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I want to say to all of us and those people who are tuning in by Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, folks, make the most of your opportunities as leaders. Make the most of it. Give your gift. Don't be shy. Trust that passion that lives in you. Help it live. Help it make a difference in your organizations. That's my invitation to you. And I think if you do, you'll find great meaning and great joy. Thank you for the privilege of being here today. Thank you, Reader's Magnet, for finding me off of Amazon.
Guys, squeeze in the picture, everyone. Yeah, another video. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How about another round of applause for Ms. Caroline Langer? Our next speaker this afternoon is the author of The Sea of Glass. And by the way, shout out to Mr. Steven Quesada for giving us this opportunity. The next author was born in 1947 in St. Leonard, New Brunswick, Canada, and was the last of the 7 children. And he grew up as a member of the Catholic Church, and due to circumstance of his family, he left school after 5th grade and went to work. He came to the United States at 17 years old in 1964, and has read the Bible for his entire life, and has always had the feeling that anyone, regardless of their level of education or ability, could learn the true meaning of the scriptures for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk more about his background, his inspiring story, and the book, The Sea of Glass, I give you Mr. Roger Akerley. A round of applause.
Okay. Sorry. That's fine.
Okay. Like you said, from New Brunswick, even though my name is English, I still have a French accent. I was raised as French, so bear with me. I want to talk about my book. My book was inspired by the understanding of God. What is God? A lot of people say, well, God don't exist. Me, I tell you that God does exist. Because he's the truth. Truth lives in each one of us. And there is no such thing as, if you want to know God, you have to learn the truth. And that's what I did in my life, is to learn the truth. To make the understanding of truth. And then, what is the Son of God? The Son of God is common sense, because it's the same as the Father, the truth. One is the same as the other. And what is the Holy Spirit into this? Holy Spirit into this is the angular reality. Everything that's real, in common sense, is the truth. And that's how you learn the truth. And I've been studying the Bible for years and years, believe me. And I'm 77 years old now, and I decided to write the book about it. And that's the understanding of this book that guides me to understand even more. You know, the more you learn, the more you want to learn, and you don't stop there. You learn your spirituality. See, we are there's 2 persons inside of it. There's the mind and the feelings. The feelings is better, a little higher than the mind. The mind don't mean that much. All the mind does is to understand the loss and gain. And the spirit, compassion. Spiritual compassion. When you have the spirit to understand, you understand with passion. You see a bum on the street and, he wants some money. If you think at him, oh, he's a bum. But if you think with your spirit, then he's something else. He's more than that. Compassion is the understanding of this, and that's what I wrote in my book. Try to understand the difference between mind and spirit, and try to make yourself understand that mind and spirit is the truth at the end. And if you want to learn the truth, you have to use the laws of the Sabbath. People don't understand the laws of the Sabbath because they never studied them. But the laws of the Sabbath is to understand, to open, an understanding in the scriptures, and then you put it in your mind and soul, for 6 days, and then on the 7 days, not really days, but 6 times, it will come to be understood. And that's the way I wrote the whole book with the laws of 7. People don't understand what the laws of 7 are. They think it's the 7 days of the week, but it's not what it is. The laws of 7 is to learn and to understand what you learn. You know, the Bible is not written in the way that you can understand it. You have to, in the riddle that it is, and then make some sense out of it. And that's how you come to understand the scriptures. I like to say to everybody in this world that if they would work with their mind and spirit to understand. Now, you can't listen to the mind all the time, and you can't listen to the spirit all the time, you know. So, because the mind has loss and gain. The spirit has compassion. But if you have too much compassion, it's not good as well. So you got to learn to understand the greatest power of all is to understand what the sea of glass is. Sea of glass is to understand everything and see and to see through everything. That's what it means. And you learn self-learning, self-understanding, and that will give you self-control in life. If you take self-understanding, that's yourself now. You don't have to learn from nobody else. And that's self as a person. And I learned from it to understand the greatest power of all is to be able to understand where it comes from. The greatest gift in life is to learn from yourself. Don't learn from anybody else. Learn from yourself and try to understand what you learn. And you'll be so wise. It's going to be, you know, hey, I'm just a little guy from New Brunswick. You know, I don't have a lot, but I tell you one thing, I understand. And I understand the whole Bible. You know, they were talking about Jesus here. That Jesus cannot be the Son of God. He cannot be the Son of God. It's impossible. Because God is so huge and so big. He's inside 8 billion people and is in all the animals. And you cannot understand how big God is. So you can't take a man and make him God. That's breaking all the commandments. All 10 commandments are broken. 3 commandments said there's only one God. There's not 2, 3. I mean, there's one God. And the same thing with, you know, the 2nd commandment. Don't place an image before the Lord. And this is what I wrote my book based on. You know, you cannot understand what is the understanding of reality. When it becomes real, if they say, well, Jesus, you know, was walking on water, it's impossible. Nobody can walk on water. Nobody. Nobody is never one. And see, they made God a magician. He's not a magician. He's a creator. He's the greatest power of all to understand the creation. And the creation is to understand the greatest glory of human intelligence. God is the truth. You learn the truth, every part of yourself, and you go all the way down, and you'll come to live the most happiest life on earth, you know, that you can ever imagine. You know, everything will work for you. And what happened with this world, there was too many teachers and not enough engines. You know, you got to learn for yourself. People have to learn. I learned everything for myself. And I didn't have a question, never asked a question to any priest or anything. I learned it from me. If I didn't understand it, I went to the laws of Sabbath. The laws of Sabbath has never been explained. And I want to talk to you about the 12 sons of Jacob. 12 sons of Jacob. 12 sons of Jacob is to understand yourself. What are you? You are faith, you are understanding, you are love. See, these are all your feeling inside of you. Once you understand, and I got it all in my book, you understand these inside yourself, and you understand the greatest power of yourself that you ever understood before. You'll be able to understand anything that you want to understand. Because the 12 sons of Jacob tells you, and if the son was born from a slave girl, then you're a slave, like money. You know, that's a part of you. Money is inside of you. It's not the root of all evil. You know, it's the same thing with the understanding of where you try to understand God. The affiliation with God is one of the sons of Jacob. We all are affiliated with God. There's nobody that don't have it. And then you got to understand one more thing here, that all these slave girls gave you, and you became a slave to it. You're a slave to money, you're a slave to religion, you're a slave to God, and you're a slave to, a business. Those are the 4 slave girls. And once you start understanding it, this is all written in my book. I read everything in my book, and I read it for the world to understand the greatest power of all, is to understand the truth. What is the truth? The truth is, it's not an opinion. Opinions are for dumb people. Facts are for smart people. That's the way it is. To understand the greatest power of all, to understand the greatest glory of human intelligence. The more you understand, the more you want to know. And believe me, I never stopped learning in my life. And I educated myself. And I'm not an educated man, but I wrote books. And now I'm writing another book. Me and Mike are writing it on the laws of God. To understand the laws of God in spiritual value, not in the flesh now, because the flesh don't count. You die, the flesh goes in the earth. No, the spirit counts. The spirit is everlasting, and that's what you got to learn to understand. And I just want you people to know the greatest power of this world is to be able to understand self-understanding, self-learning, and self-control. And then you can control yourself. If you have God inside of you, you'll be able to control yourself in any way. You ain't gonna kill nobody. I couldn't kill nobody. I couldn't, even think about it, because it's inside of you to understand the greatest power of all that we are. We were born what we are, and we have to understand. Why are these people so confused today? Because they don't learn nothing. And if they don't learn nothing, if you get to be 50 years old and you haven't learned nothing. When you learn something, I have a group that comes over on Sunday night and we discuss spiritual value. And man, that really works. And that's what I wrote in my book. Anybody that reads my book, read it, try to understand what it's all about. It's the truth, and it's common sense, the Son of God, and then it's reality. When you have these 3 things inside of you, and then you got to go back to the three refuge city in the Bible. If you learn something and it doesn't make sense, go back to the 3 refuge city. And that was a tough thing for me to understand. It's a city. A city, the truth is a city. You have to learn that city inside yourself. And then you have to understand the next one is common sense. If it makes sense, then you can do it. And it's the same thing with reality. Everything that's real, you have to return to these 3 cities that's inside, that you built for yourself to understand the greatest glory of all. God is the truth. And if you can believe that, you are up into the greatest wisdom that you can ever imagine. Because I tell you, I spend my life, learning, and I'm not sorry that I learned. I tell you, if you got any questions, and then anybody has any questions? What's question?
What was the process of writing the book like? Like, what was that experience like?
I wrote the book because I can't stand people in religion that are being, cheated every week by taking their money and giving them nothing. I want some people to be able to understand for themselves and try to come to the understanding of God in the greatest spirit of all. It's inside of each one of us. You got to understand that you have God inside of you. That's the truth. You don't have to go to church for that. It's inside of you. And you have the Son of God inside of you. That's common sense. Common sense is always there with you. And the same thing with reality. You got to understand that reality is the truth also. Because all of these 3 things are the truth. If it doesn't make sense, it's not true. Even though you read it in the Bible that Jesus walked on water, it doesn't mean. No, that's a meaning. That's a prophecy. It's a prophecy to understand that common sense can walk on reality. That's what it is. The water in the scriptures. You can understand the greatest power of all is to be able to understand how to put these things together and understand it in the greatest glory that you can ever make inside yourself. It's a beautiful thing. Me and Mike, we understand, and he's my, he's my partner, and we had the greatest talk that you can ever imagine, because the truth is so hard to find, but once you find it, you want to live with it for the rest of your life. You never want to be without the truth. And this is how you do to understand the greatest gift of all, to understand the great truth of all. So if you have no more questions, I'm going to close this. I just came here for a little bit, but I'm glad that you guys let me speak. I tell you that I'm a person that understands the truth. I tell you this. And we talked, me and Mike, for hours, finding things in the scriptures and transferring them into the truth. Everything has to do with what you believe inside yourself. And when you start using the laws of Sabbath to understand, because this has never been explained. The 12 sons of Jacob also, very, very hard to understand, but they very, very common inside each one of us. What is Joseph? Joseph is the angel of technology. You have technology inside each one of us. What is the understanding of Benjamin? It's competition. Competition. We all have competition inside of ourselves. You see, I'm telling you something that you've never heard before, but that's the way it is. I know what I'm talking about because I studied it all my life. All my life, I came to understand. And I see people try to worship in Christianity in the church and all that. You never learn nothing from that. They can't teach you nothing. They don't have nothing to teach you. And that's why I wrote that book. I don't know if that answers your question, but I wrote that book for all of you to buy one and to live. And you're going to see so much common sense in that book that you won't be able to understand anything else. Common sense is the truth because it matches the truth. And the truth and common sense are together as one. That's why the Father and the Son is one. And that's the same thing with reality. If it's not real, it's not truth. It's only understanding of all. And this is what you come to understand, this greatest gift of all in life. Be able to understand that you are the one that decides what you want to believe, not what people tell you. I tell you, I hope you understood what I'm saying here. And thank you for all that you listen to me. I'm just a little guy from New Brunswick, a little French guy from New Brunswick. But I hope you didn't mind my French, my accent, But the Lord is great. You got to give yourself a chance to learn. And learn from yourself, not from nobody else. When you learn something for yourself, it's yours forever, That's it. Okay.
Thank you so much, Roger Aikman.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roger Aikman. I would like to request everyone if you can occupy the available seats here in front. Before I introduce our next speaker, we have more available seats here in front.
Yep.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for staying in and for hanging in with us this afternoon. I know some of you, maybe you can stand a little bit and stretch a little bit, because I think we have 1, 3 more speakers, and some few speakers also want to speak about their books today. But I would really appreciate if you can move a little bit forward so we can occupy more seats here. Thank you. All right, so without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next speaker this afternoon. His book, I Did See That Coming, But He Did, is an autobiography that will allow you to understand who Stephen Casado is from a broken beginning to a victorious end. He experienced abuse of all kinds, health scares from diabetes, trust issues with many people, heartbreaks, and jealousy. And Stephen became a ticking time bomb. As Stephen got older, he became a workaholic, often being a boss, continuously with a car, and always having a girlfriend by his side, but failed to manage his diabetes. His blood sugars were elevated so high he didn't realize the damage he was doing to himself until he couldn't see anymore. Stephen was broken to submission, which humbled him, and allowed himself to surrender once he saw a sign in the church, from unwise choices to being saved. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about his book, I Didn't See That Coming, But He Did, Mr. Stephen Casado. A round of applause.
I greatly appreciate that. I'm definitely going to say I'm the spring chicken around here. I'm 38 years old, born and raised in New York. So my story, didn't see that coming, but he did. How did this come about? Well, let's start from the beginning. I come from a home that was broken. I'm a twin. I have a twin sister, actress on 19 years, of Sesame Street, and that was always my competition. So, growing up in the Bronx, it wasn't easy, but we just made things happen. As time is going forward in my life, my dad is my worst enemy. Why is that? He's an alcoholic. So for me, it was very, very difficult trying to come home, have a relationship with somebody who you feared the most. If I couldn't run to my dad, I could run to my mom. Unless I ticked her off, then I had nowhere to go. So just like today, I'm here alone, because I'm used to being alone. And my 24 years in my book, it's shocking how things happen. So for me, if I take off my glasses right now, you can tell I'm blind in this right eye. I have no vision. What I'm seeing in this eye, I see right here. That's because I wasn't managing my diabetes. So, you will find that throughout my book, I went through a lot of trials and tribulations, from jealousy with my twin sister, not having my older brother by my side. He's 9 years older than me, and he went off to be a Marine. He didn't want to be home, and I knew why. I didn't want to be home, but I had nowhere to go. So as time is going by, and my dad is my worst enemy, God decided to bless me. And I'm going to say bless. God decided to bless me with diabetes. Now my dad would no longer lay his hands on me. What an awesome idea. But now, I still have a twin who, when I share my birthday with her, I have to bogusly act like I'm enjoying my diet stuff. You see how skinny I am? Having a diet anything was just, it didn't resonate with me. But I did what I did, because if I acted out, odds are I was going to get disciplined. But once I became diagnosed with diabetes, my dad made his first promise to me. And he said, from this day forward, I will never lay another hand on you. Obviously, as a kid, I did a lot of terrible things. And they were a cause and effect, but I learned. So we move on forward with my life. And I said to myself, okay, I started with a broken household. Started from a broken relationship. But once I became 16, I wanted things to change. Got my license, got my car, got my job, got a girlfriend. A lot of things happened at 16. But all I did was jump from one toxic relationship to another. First, it was with my dad and my mom. And then the sibling rivalries. And then it was, I don't want to be here. I'm going to jump into a relationship with a woman. And then that didn't work out. And then women were lined up. They wanted to date me because I had that confidence. But the only thing I did not have confidence with was managing my diabetes. Everything else I had that. But the diabetes made me as slow as molasses. And obviously, in my book, there are a lot of side effects. If you're unfamiliarized with diabetes, you'll see how the roller coaster ride of what I went through, it was quite the journey, let me just say. So, with that said, diabetes. If you know anybody, let me tell you right now, there's 37 million Americans with diabetes. 10 out of 100 don't even know they're diabetic. And 10 out of 50, they don't even know that they're diabetic. 10 out of 100, I forget the statistics. I am experiencing low blood sugar, but please work with me. Nonetheless, dealing with the diabetes kind of just allowed me to be where I am. I said to myself, you know what? I'm going to take control over this. I'm going to do what I have to do to be a stronger individual. Did I? Not really. But what I did do, at 19, I was able to be an assistant manager at Radio Shack. Only 3 months there. Now I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a leader. I wanted to be a manager. If you don't have product knowledge, you can't sell anything to anybody. You have to know what you're dealing with. And I really didn't know anything about diabetes. So how can I manage it if I didn't really understand it? So one day in high school, as the shortest kid who was getting bullied by everybody, even on freshman Friday, I was thrown into a locker for 42 minutes, looking in those 3 little cuts. Kind of like, I'll give you the pin, the code, combination, get me out. I went through a lot. But it obviously allowed me to be the man that I am today. So growing up with diabetes and having a twin sister that was completely healthy, on Sesame Street, doing movies, it was difficult. It was very difficult. So again, as I said before, I was jumping from one relationship into another, being a manager, doing what I had to do to escape the reality of what was in my home. Being a manager, did excellent, did what I had to do. Being a boyfriend, did the best of my ability, but it was never good enough. Speaking of which, I've been single for 12 years, so ladies, if you're watching, there are ways to find me. And like I said, I've been through a lot. And the final relationship that I needed, once I realized I was going through all of these toxic relationships, I needed to find God. That was my purpose of going through those toxic relationships, because it wasn't until I lost my eyesight from my diabetes that my heart found what it needed opposed to what it wanted. See, I was always blind before I lost my physical eyesight. God established me with many of reasons to believe in him. So when I had lost my vision, my mother said, Steven, listen, you've lost everything. You've had a 4-figure jobs, you had lost your fiance, you lost everything. Just come back to the church. So the first 10 minutes that I decided, 52 weeks in a year, the one Sunday I decided to go there, pastor's there, first 10 minutes, he says, 2 Corinthians 5:7, we walk by faith, not by sight. Whoa, okay, you have my attention, Lord. I'm all about it. So from there on, that's when I started looking into Christianity, because as a Catholic, I didn't know anything. It was about do's and don'ts and religious deeds. But see, the thing is, none of us are good enough to get to heaven. Jesus made it very, very clear. John 14:6, I am the way, singular, not plural. I am the way, the truth, the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. I had to lose my eyesight in order to find that message. But it's the best message that I've ever received. We all have a story. The best story I've ever read was the Bible. B-I-B-L-E, basic instructions before leaving Earth. I know what I know. You know, and if John 3:16, God explains, you want the gospel? Look up John 3:16. That's it. That's everything that you need to know. And I'm not going to be combative with anybody, but I will tell you, either you have faith or you don't. Jesus walked on water, whether you believe it or not, because the Bible says so. Either you're with God or you're against him. In my book, I went through a lot. There's a lot of death in my book. There's a lot of life. There's a lot of obstacles. There's broken relationships. There's a little bit of seasoning for everybody. I guess I use that reference because my aunt, Liza Colon, who was on the show The Bear, she plays Tina. I guess that's why I use that reference for ingredients. I come from a family full of actors and actresses. The one thing that I have over them is that I'm a writer. I'm a listener. And at this point, I had to lose my eyesight in order to gain a lot more. Because there is a difference between losing your sight and losing vision. Sight is with your eyes. Vision is with your brain. And it was all about the renewing of my mind. I couldn't trust me. When people say, oh, Stephen, trust your heart. You mean this thing that I was born with that's deceitful? No, I'm not going to trust my heart. But I know who I am going to trust. I'm going to trust somebody that's bigger and has a lot more pull than I do. Now, going forward with this, I do have to say one thing. Anybody who's a writer, you know how much it costs, the time, to create a book. My story, I didn't see that coming, but he did. This is my third time publishing this book. That's insane. This is the first copy. This was it, but there's errors. There are a lot of grammatical errors. Now I have 3 copies here. You can definitely take one if you are interested. Then there is obviously, this second edition. Now this guy's pretty big. This is me, except in reality I'm a lot smaller. But this guy that's in the book, this is my inner being. This is my spirit. And if you look at the sword, at the edge of that sword, there's a blackness that is being lifted off of that sword. You know what that blackness is? That's my sin. It's being relieved off of me because God cleansed me from all my unrighteousness. So, down right here, power of God. Yeah, I needed it. You know why? Because there's nothing good in me. I'm not here because of anything I did. Because if I go even beyond my book, in 2018, I ended up in a coma. And I had to learn how to walk again, which is why I have this cane. Not that this cane was from my diabetes, but the hardest thing to do is walk with this cane and a seeing cane. I identify as visually impaired by day and legally blind by night. At nighttime, I can't see anything. It's kind of like a Bruce Wayne Batman type of a thing. But there is that power within me that only God can give. And when I found his message, it was very clear what I needed to do. Let go, let God. Now, some people don't know what that means. A lot of people say, oh, God is good. The truth is, you don't really know how good God is until you're going through the mud. God takes that cross now I can fast forward. My twin sister, I have no problems with her. My brother, who's a Marine, love him to death. My parents, my dad, who was my worst enemy, today he's my best friend besides God. There's people in my family that I absolutely love. They know me, they don't know my story. People will never understand the truth unless you seek it. And I had to lose my eyesight in order to find faith. Hebrews 11:6 says, without faith it is impossible to please God. So I found him. Not in the way that I wanted to, but it was the best thing for me. Because now I'm an operator at a VA hospital. I work at a VA where I look at veterans who have been through a lot. They've been through a lot more than I, and I've been through some roller coaster rides, and I'm in pain every single day. I'm in pain right now, but you can't tell. But I learned, and I learned to live with it. Because there is somewhere out there is a paraplegic who would love to walk in my pain. I guarantee it. So who am I to complain about the little deeds that I have to go through? The little bit of pain that I may go through might cause somebody else to commit suicide. The pain is severe. But God wouldn't give me anything that I can't handle. The same way a lot of you are going to go through some roller coaster rides in your life. But who are you going to trust? You're going to trust God, or you're going to trust yourself? Because trusting myself will only lead me to hell. That's without question. So it's when I gave my life to God that, oh boy, did he give me life right back. Eternal life. So now, there are a lot of people that say, oh, well, I don't really know what to believe, what not to believe. Okay, cool. So let me challenge you. What if God doesn't exist? What if, right? Let's just say hypothetically. Then that means when you leave this world, poof, you cease to exist just like you were before you were alive. But what if you're wrong? What if you're wrong? And there is a God that is out there that's waiting on you. See, you gotta come to the understanding that we are a soul with a temporary body, and that soul's gonna go one of two places. I found my reason to trust the Bible. I found my reason to trust Christ as my Lord and Savior. And now, seeing where I was, seeing where I am, and seeing where I'm going, it's all because of God, not because of anything that I did. So when you go through my book, you're going to go through one roller coaster ride of drama. But when you see the things that I had gone through, to where I am now, how I obtained the position of where I am, you'll be fascinated. You'll be surprised. I guarantee somebody's going to read this book and they're going to say, I want to make that a movie. Cool. Talk to my family. They're already involved with the screenwriting and stuff. But the idea is that there is a powerful message in my story. At some point, I plan on making this book into other languages. At what point do I do that? I don't know, because I'm working on my second book right now when I was in a coma due to the negligence and malpractice of a hospital, which is why I walk with this cane, which is why I deal with neurological pain every single day. I have what's called foot drop. I can't lift this left ankle up whatsoever. I'm in pain every day. But when I look back 2,000 years ago and I look at what Jesus went through, if I have pain in my feet, I'm pretty sure those nails to his... Exactly. That was painful. I deal with my spine pains, my abs and all, and I'm only 38, but man, I'm up there, I'm getting up there, at least I feel like it. But this man, God, carried the cross on his back. I can't do that. So it's very, very easy for me to come to the conclusion that I trust God, because poof, what if there is a God that's real? And he is alive, and this whole time I was living on planet Earth, and I said, oh, I'm a good enough person to get to heaven. Wrong, you're not. None of us have the keys to heaven. Jesus is the key. I wrote my book because there's a lot of things that people can relate to. It took me 5 years to write this book. I was writing it after I came out of a coma and learning to go through rehab. I've been through a lot, and yet there's still so much more that awaits me in my future. Hopefully, one day, after being alone for 12 years, maybe somebody will give me the opportunity to say, I'll date that man. Because you don't realize how much you love something until it's gone. When I lost my vision and lost a female, whatever it was, I went through some roller coaster rides. But again, you can read my story and you'll see everything that I've been through. Now, maybe some of you yourself know somebody who's a diabetic, who's not managing their diabetes. You may want to introduce them to my book and understand the circumstances of how important diabetes is. Because with 37 million Americans with diabetes, it's a serious disease. I was fortunate that at 15 to go to the hospital with a blood sugar of 1,392. The nurse said the only reason why you survived is because of your youth. Well, I took that as my sword and shield. That's a problem. I said, oh, I'm young? Cool. I'll do it all the time. But to stay away from everybody, from the bullying, I would just drink Snapple. Didn't care. And now I'm sick. It was not easy being Stephen Casado growing up. Now that I have an advocate named Christ on my side, it's very easy to walk in pain every single day. So I guess the whole idea of my story is observe yourself. is a purpose for us. Because I can tell you right now, by the hundreds of thousands, people thought they were going to wake up this morning, and they did not. And if they don't have a relationship with Christ, they are in trouble. So if you woke up this morning, count your blessings, because you're never guaranteed tomorrow. You know, and like I said, growing up in a broken home, in a broken relationship, and then finding the perfect relationship in Christ, yeah, I'm okay now. The idea that my dad, an alcoholic the way he was, abusive the way he was, because I definitely poked at the bear at times, for my dad to be where he is, to be my absolute best friend, to being a man of God, he was the reason why I changed. If you want to see a change, you need to make a change. My dad made that choice, and then I followed suit after my mom followed him. And who did they follow? Christ. So we all have a story. The question is, are you willing to write yours down and type it up, whatever it may be, and publish it to the world? I was nervous for a while, but you know what? I'm a child of God. I'm a man of faith. I'm a warrior for Christ. That's who I am. And the world can't tell me anything different. I know what I went through. I know through the trials. I went through the challenges. Jesus said he conquered the world. In the world, you will have tribulation. He conquered it. So, do I trust the death of the cross? Or do I say, nah, I'm just going to go about it my way? If I go about it my way, I'm in trouble. So, like I was saying before, if you're not a believer in God, poof, you cease to exist. But what if you're wrong? And you leave this world, and you're standing before the Almighty. The last thing you want to hear is, get away from me, for I never knew you. And then you get cast into a place where God isn't around. That's got to be scary for people. If you don't know the truth, John 3:16, John 14:6, let it just bleed into your heart. Open the door to your heart. Allow Christ in, and you will prevail. Doesn't mean you're not going to go through tribulations. Look, I'm walking with a cane. I'm visually impaired. I go through my daily pains every day. You know what? Here's one guarantee. In heaven, there's no pain, no suffering, no joy. I'm sorry, pure joy, no tears. You know what that means for me? I think I might be even a little bit taller. You know, just because in this body, boy, is this defective. But at the end of the day, I'm alive not because of anything that I did. I'm alive because God wrote my story. I was just bold enough to print it out. So if you pick this up, I'm telling you, you're going to gain a lot of information on this, whether it saves somebody's life or not. I don't have that call, but you will help somebody one day, someday. A diabetic who's not managing their diabetes, and they may want to handle that, you know. So again, I thank you for your time. I thank you for listening. And again, these books are available on Amazon and Kindle and with ReadersMagnet. And at some point, because of my disability, this book will be an audiobook specifically targeted for the visually impaired / legally blind, because they do not have the ability to read. Let them read a good book by listening. So I thank you for your time. Thank you, ReadersMagnet.
Again, a round of applause for Mr. Steven Casado. That was an amazing story. Okay, we're down to last two authors. I believe we'll have this next one, and then we'll give some guest authors some opportunity to speak. We have Milton. I hope he's still here, and Dwayne. Yeah. So this time, let's listen to another author, and then we'll have the two guys that I mentioned before we take a short break. But besides listening to his background, what's different about this author is really his talent. And I know you guys will be excited, as I am so excited also to hear from him again, since he did his poetry, spoken poetry the last time he was with us in San Diego. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you our next speaker. He grew up in rural northern Maine, and Stephen wanted to write from an early age. exposed to poetry in high school workshop that he's been, and after 2 bouts with cancer, writing ever since. Publishing from Fear in 2009, his first book, Out of the Rain, was a collection from the first 30 years of his work. This second book is a culmination of touring the slam poetry world and more conservative classic poetry circles and performing over the last 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the talented Stephen Reddy. A round of applause.
Can you hear me? Oh, great. Well, first off, I'd like to thank ReadersMagnet for having this event for everybody. It's been very interesting listening to other authors, and it's a great opportunity for everybody. I have been writing. I had the horrible, just absolutely horrible thought. I've been writing for 50 years. I started in high school, and yes, I'm at the grand old age of 68 as of just a week ago. And yeah, no applause, no money. But anyway, yeah, it's been a bit of a ride. So, since we don't have much to talk about my hands. When I was a child, I had so much time on my hands, I could barely wash it all off. Circle, everybody has a particular poem that is known as their feature poem, and I'm going to just present that. It's not in the book, but I do this poem. It's entitled Burn, and y'all better hang on to your seats right about now. I've got a fascination with flame so deep in my genes, moths follow me in worship. Because you see, I'm a pyrolinguist, and I'm here to set your minds on fire. You'll know when it happens, that sweet combustion. It starts around the edges where the walls are thin. My words are like gasoline spilling from an overturned mind, forming pools of metaphor with vapors of simile. I strike rock hard consonants together, sparking vowels like tinder, until you feel the burn up underneath your collar, down your arms, and into your fingertips. Burning, burning, burning like candles to the saints. Because you see, we all burn a little, by day, by hour, by second. But sometimes, just for one moment, we glow, slowly consuming ourselves, prisoners of the fire, turning dust to diamonds to supernovas, blinding angels in darkness with unlimited hope. And I'm not talking about a little campfire. I'm not talking about the backyard bonfire. I am talking about a raging inferno, where I take all your bad day, your bad drivers, your bad customers, and I break them into kindling, and I feed my little fire. I take all of your hate, your anger, your prejudice, and I roll up in little balls of paper covered in ink, and I feed my little fire. I take all of your I can't, I won't, I never, and I burn them all down until smoldering like a volcano. Only the I can remains. So burn, baby, burn. Set your minds on fire. Let me watch. So yeah, if you ever go to a slam poetry thing, it's pretty much all got to be memorized. And you mentioned, where'd she go? Oh, somebody mentioned parrots earlier. She left. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, this, I wish I had a quarter for every time I've done this poem. This was my late wife's favorite poem, and anytime I was around and she saw somebody, she'd say, hey, do that one. And it's a piece of ekphrastic poetry based on a portrait of a big parrot. We have 3 little vignettes up around the top in the yellow, white, and green. And I looked at that and went, what am I going to write about that? And so I wrote this entitled 4 Parrots. When you look at me, do you only see my bright colors or hear my call echo through the jungle? I am a son of generations. My great-great-grandfather sits over above my shoulder the same way he sat on his master's, a pirate sailing among the Leeward Islands. Trusted confidant, he flew high and proud, never once repeating the directions to a treasure only men would seek, while the captain danced that final jig on yarn-arm gallows. My grandfather was a free bird, feeding himself fat on nuts and grubs. He never heard the dart that stopped his heart, becoming an adornment for a warrior's shield, a warrior's pride. My father was captured while I was still in nest. He went to sea, though he could not swim. He paced back and forth upon his perch aboard a ship called the Arizona. When the bombs began to fall, he died, screaming, "Who's on first? What's on second?" Because the sailors like that and always laughed. I will never learn to speak, nor sit on a man's shoulder. When I fly, I'll fill the skies with the colors of my ancestors. Their hopes in my eyes, their dreams in my song, their freedom in my flight on my wings. I will never learn to speak. Never. Yeah, so about that. Not everything has to be serious. You know, one time I had to write a Valentine's Day poem and I wasn't in love, but it was at McDonald's. I wrote this entitled Love at McDonald's. Like McDonald's? Ugh, love is not. Although, sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's hot. You can eat it in, or you can eat it out, or you can get in the drive-thru, but you're gonna have to shout. And sometimes it's messy and it gets on your shirt. Sometimes you have it right out in the dirt. Oh, love at McDonald's. Oh, what a deal. Love at McDonald's, the real Happy Meal. I expect to get sued anytime now. Just one of those things. Oh, goodness. So, time has a funny way of doing things. I was very lucky a couple of years back. I got to go to this thing called History Camp, and they gave us tickets to go to the museums afterwards. And I went to Boston's Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. If none of you have been there, I highly recommend it. It's gorgeous. It has all kinds of things in it. And you'll definitely want to take a lot of pictures. This is called Isabella, an afternoon at the museum. Required. Walking, waiting, watching, as the cascade of time falls away, like the gentle folds of the tapestries hanging on the wall. If you're listening, you can hear dogs bark in the faded marketplace scenes, stitched 300 years ago. You can imagine the rising hum of conversation sprinkled with high-pitched giggles between the oohs and ahs of children playing, like water bubbling up in the circular fountain. There are letters left from the dead in flourishes of quill pen enthusiasm. Locked in the throes of embellishment, calligraphy wrestles with grammar, connotation, and punctuation in a fight to the finish. There are signatures of the famous, photographs of people starting to fade, etches, sketches, and paintings by the masters or their students, all begging to be part of the present, the future, the maybe of the unknown past. Then there's the smell. That locked away in a trunk, shipped across the ocean, stored out of sight for years. Smell. Curiosity, old houses, and museums. all smell the same, like thyme, water, and old wood. So, again, in thinking about time, I did a lot of this because when you get old, you start thinking about it because you don't have as much to play with and that kind of things. If you got $1 million, you don't care if you got one. This is entitled Days. For days, I walk alone on these desert roads of dirt and stone. I become dry, brittle, and when the wind blows, I shatter, crumbling to pieces like leaves deserting trees after the first frosty kiss of fall. The wind carries me, tumbling, twisting, turning, depositing some of me here against this rock or that bush, until I become a single speck of dust. When the wind becomes bored with me, I am released. Landing near nowhere, I stand in the shade of a giant saguaro cacti, watching the day running away from the sky. Crows land beside me. They become old women dressed in black satin and fine Spanish lace. They smile, offer me their dreams, suggestions, directions, the comfort of their outstretched arms. Shaking my head, I refuse, because I've already been everywhere they want me to go, everything they want me to be. I usually do this one around Halloween. True story, my best friend growing up was the Undertaker's son. I may have been his only friend. I don't know. I don't want to talk back anyhow. But one day I asked him, I said, John, what is death? This is what he said to me. He said, Steve, death is like the Marlboro Man riding into town on a pair of Colts 45s. The dust dances with his spurs as he strides into the center of the street. Now, from a distance, he's just a vague shadow on the horizon. But at 10 paces, let me tell you, he's a freaking giant with eyes like mirrors that never blink. And we're just the reflections of what he thinks. The high noon sweat soaks your shirt into the shape of a cross as the tick-tock of the tower clock punctuates a sentence you're already serving. Your breath is shallow, and your hand is shaking, and your heart, you never heard your heart beat so loud. But that stands steady because death's been here again and again, over and over. And like always in the end, death cheats. Because you see, death is really a golden butterfly floating in a deep blue sky on an invisible wind. Her kiss is so gentle, you barely even notice. How we doing? Okay. Oh, I don't even know what to read. I got a whole list. Here we go. This will do. I was privileged enough, there's a town up near I live called Hollis, and they have the Hollis Art Society, and they witnessed me perform at the Currier Art Gallery in Manchester, New Hampshire, and they said, hey, could you do that for us? And they sent me pictures of their artwork, and I wrote stories about them. The person that organized it didn't send me anything, so I went looking and found out that she was a silversmith, of all things. And she was quite shocked because she hadn't sent me anything when I wrote this for her. It's entitled Silversmith. When the strangers come, they smile and share stories of places they have seen. It is always the same way because they are filled with want and will not leave me until they empty themselves, replacing desire with silver. I replace sleep with the empty they leave behind. Fashion dreams for them to wear. Make my hands busy with details too small to be important. I shape, fold, and fasten their attention on a world they do not notice. When I finish, they only see beauty they cannot imagine, shapes they cannot form, thoughts they cannot own. When I dream, I fly to the in-between. I walk outside myself. I swim inside of volcanoes. I cover myself in silver. I reflect on the world. So in one of the exercises we did, we had a whole conversation about what does every soldier have in common? Boy, what a bunch of deer in the headlights that was. Okay, one more time. We had to say, what does every soldier have in common?
Only one life?
Well, that's true. They all write letters home. Because none of them want to be there, which is why the Cherokee have a language, and you look that up. But they all write letters home. So we did a whole workshop on letters from the front. And we drew straws on who would write about what. And lucky me, I got the kamikaze pilot. Because it was tradition and ritual for them to write a letter home. So this is my letter home, called Kamikaze Intentions. My beloved, today I will fly. I will touch glory with my hand. I'll taste honor like honey. Today, I will fly and never land. Listen closely. You'll hear the temple gong sing the song of my service to the emperor. Inhale, breathe deeply, and smell the incense burning as I become the smoke. Today, I will let the sun, the wind, and the water have all of me. But my heart, I leave to you. Now, we've had a lot of people talking about religion, and one of the things I firmly believe is that God has a sense of humor. If you don't believe that, just look around. Just look around. So you'll probably recognize the subject of this. This is entitled Red. Hi there. I'm the apple. I see you. Staring at me like that. Is my fruit hanging low, or do you think I'm just easy? Don't say anything, I might blush. Not that you'd notice, red is my natural color. Then there's the way you run your fingers over my firm, shiny skin, tugging, twisting, turning until I surrender my grip on this tree of knowledge and come into your eager hand. Snake warned me about this, but I'm not corn. I don't have ears. I didn't listen. He told me you would betray us, sharing me with him. How could you? He thinks he's so smart, naming animals, giving orders, making sacrifices. Wait until he gets a taste of me. I'll enlighten him. He'll finally see how beautiful you really are. Then we'll see who hides behind the fig leaves. I can't wait for lunch. And sort of a different view of the same thing, this has become one of my favorite forms. This is an open letter to Eve. My dearest, one and only. I remember the first time we met. I woke up sore, like I had broken a rib. Maybe I fell out of a tree while I was sleeping, I don't know. But there you were, perfect in so many ways. You laughed at my stories and followed me everywhere. We used to play the Name the New Animal game, even though you were better at it than me. How'd you ever come up with platypus anyway? Then when you offered me this new fruit, you called it an apple? Cute. I just took a bite. I didn't even think twice. Now everything's changed. We're getting evicted. And I have to get a new job. I can be a gardener anywhere. But you put on weight lately and gotten awful cranky, not to mention those cravings. I can't get you ice cream when I don't know what it is. Then boom, it happens. Those things you call tears. Now I'm out looking for an all-night convenience store. Oh well, I just wish that things could be the way they used to be. When I would hold your hand at night and everything would be quiet. When it was just you, me, and the snake, alone in the garden, watching angels fall like stars. Sometimes I found out that being a poet is very frustrating because, see, I have ADD and probably some spectrum of the autistic, whatever, who knows, they didn't test for stuff like that when I was a kid. They just said, oh, he's hyperactive, give him a low with self-control. Okay. But in all of that, it made me very punctual. And when I started getting out and doing my poetry after 2 bouts of cancer, I got kind of frustrated because they say, oh, it starts at 7 o'clock, and people would show up at 7:15, 7:30. One time I followed them, they went next door to the bar. This is where you've been all this time. So I had to get used to that, and I had to slow down, which was a wonderful thing, and take a deep breath. And sometimes as you're slowing down, taking a deep breath, you notice different things. I was sitting in a parking lot, and there was a street light, which is the title of this poem, Street Light. You know, it's not easy being a street light. You don't get to pick your friends or the crowd you hang out with. I mentioned I hate pigeons and seagulls. From my vantage point, I get to see a lot. I get to see Mr. Mercedes smoking his cigar on the way to the golf course in the 19th hole. I get to see Mr. BMW driving over to visit Mrs. Mercedes. Perhaps they'll smoke later. I get to see little Miss White Toyota Celica going to meet Mr. Ford F-150 because she likes his big, knobby tires and his four-wheel drive. He likes the contour of her spoiler and her high-beam headlights. I even get to see Mrs. Blue Grand Caravan with her Lotus Soccer going down the field. Yeah, I can see down there too because that's where I first saw her, winking, blinking at me in the early morning light. Now, people said it would never work. I mean, after all, she's a private utility and I'm public service. But, you know, sometimes things just happen. I remember the last time I saw her, she was coughing up sparks, like the universe giving birth to the stars. And then she went dark. I don't look in that direction much anymore. I mostly look down. But there I see the glassy eyes of the homeless staring up at me from the shelter of a cardboard box, like I was some kind of salvation. And I sat there and drink the early morning colors like a sweet communion wine, and I drink and I drink and I drink until I'm drunk in black and white. And I still can't forget her. My only friends now are the moths. They think I'm brilliant. So I could keep on boring you for a long while. They gave me a half hour. They said, could you do that? And I said, I can do a half hour standing on my head, for God's sake. But I'll just ask, are there any questions or anything like that about what's going on or who, how, what, and where?
Do you have any favorite poetic forms to write in?
No, I hate form.
That's fair.
Okay, just saying.
I noticed a lot of it was free form. I was just curious.
Yeah. You know, I started this thing. It says, "Don't throw away my napkin." There's a sonnet on it, and that menu is full of haiku. So you know, form restricts storytelling. Is basically it. That's why I do a lot of free form stuff. Yeah, I can rhyme things. I can make them, you know, poetry is not just one thing. It is all about telling that story and about incorporating the pieces of poetic form into that. Whether it's using a rhyme here and there, whether it's using similar homonyms or whatever technique it is that you're using, that's enough, I think, as long as you're telling a good, coherent story. And that's what it is. You've had your hand up there so long.
Do you see it first? Do you hear it first? Or do you say it first?
That depends on the poem. I wrote one poem. One of the very first things I wrote that actually became that actually won a prize for me a long time ago was I woke up early in the morning, was traveling from Pelham, New Hampshire down to Hartford, Connecticut, where I was working, and I heard a wolf howl, and that prompted the whole thing for me to write a poem about the wolf howling. I have a poem for children that, have I got enough time to do one more quick one? Okay. This is a poem for children, and this one I actually vocalized it all standing in front of my fire. Just I got one line and went.
Go for it.
So, this is entitled Once I Woke. Once I woke within a dream, saw the moon swallowing stars, drinking the Milky Way. I ran east to warm the sun. Once I met a snowflake, but when I tried to say hello, she melted on my tongue. Once I met a cup of coffee, but when I shook his hand, he spilled a secret, so we were up all night long. Once I met a homeless man. When I tried to give him money, it fell through his frozen fingers and fluttered to the ground. When he turned and walked away, his footsteps made no sound. Once I met a man whose words walked off his tongue like a pirate's plank. He painted lies the color of money, made promises he'd never keep. When I shook his hand, it was cold and melted like the snow. He had a million friends he didn't even know. Once I woke within a dream and I heard children laughing and playing without fear of hunger or war. Their laughter became stars, their smiles, the sun.
Round of applause for Mr. Stephen Reddish, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. As expected, still amazing. Thank you so much, sir. All right, at this juncture, we have a guest speaker right before we introduce our last speaker for this afternoon, and I'm so happy that you guys stay tuned and watched us. Also to our viewers on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube. But this time, our next speaker is going to talk about his book, Smitten, a Martin and Maggie story. And it's a love story that took place in 1898 when a young man from USA met a beautiful Scottish woman in Scotland, and the two fell in love, and the depths of true love shone through despite the obstacles they had to face. So it is heartwarming. Why am I stuttering? So in this heartwarming tale of love and adventure, Martin, a young man from a small American town, embarks on a journey to Scotland that will alter his life. But to tell us more about his inspiring story and about himself, Smitten, a Martin and Maggie story, I give you Dwayne James Strickard. A round of applause.
I'll try to be as brief as possible without boring you too much. And I'll tell you how I got there with this book. Several years back, I had gotten a call. Is that better? I don't need this? Both. Okay. I had gotten a call that I knew that I had a half-sister in Texas. Never knew her name. Don't know what she looks like. I know that she has 5 children. That's all I knew. And I got a call that she got in touch with another one of my family members, who then in turn told another family member, but they didn't tell me. In fact, that other family member disregarded her and really turned her away. And so it bothered me a little bit, and I went on a quest to find her. Now, this has been about 8 or 9 years now. I went on this quest. So what's the first thing you do is you do the ancestry DNA. Maybe something will come up. 23andMe, maybe something will come up. And there was one other one too, My Heritage. Something will come up. Still nothing. And it's been 9 years or so. But during the interim, I remember my children also saying to me, Dad, what are we? And, well, the DNA test showed what we were. 17 different nationalities. But what I did find is that I found that I had relatives that lived in a town right next to me that I never knew existed. I finally got a hold of them. We talked, and they lovingly shared with me about the story of Martin and Maggie, which was my second great-grandfather. And when they told me, they said, it's an article in the newspaper from 1898. I said, wow. I said, why haven't anybody talked about this? They said, well, we've been thinking about writing about it for the last 30 years. 30 years? Are you kidding me? I'm 60 years old now, and there's no way I was going to wait another 30 years. I may not have another 30 years. So I said, with their blessing, do you mind if I write a novel? So I wrote a romance novel about how they met and so forth. Now, to kind of understand who Martin was, he grew up in Buffalo, New York, on an Indian reservation, Native American reservation. And he was looking for work. So he went to North Asphalt Company. And they then sent him overseas to Scotland to help lay asphalt in Scotland. But while he was there is when he met Maggie. And during that particular time, they began to court, they began to get to know each other. Now, I want you to keep this in mind. As a black man, as a laborer back then, he was only making 14 cents an hour, $687 a year. So that was very low compared to a white American man who would make $5,000 a year for the same job. But yet, when he met Maggie, they overcame obstacles. And when they overcame obstacles, they fell in love. Eventually, he sent for her when he came back to the United States. He paid for her fare. And when she got here to Ellis Island, in the book it talks about how they held her in a cell for 5 days because they did not want her to marry a black man. So they didn't feed her, they held her in that cell. They even took her to the slums of New York to show her what her life would be like if she married this black man. But in the book, it goes into detail, show you how they overcame that, and how eventually, as soon as he came to pick her up from Ellis Island, they convinced my great-grandfather that she didn't want to marry. He said, I have to hear that for myself. And when she came out and she saw him, they hugged, embraced, and they ran off and got married that day. Had 9 kids, 7 that survived through adulthood. So it's a romance novel that, in that particular time, 1898, that was an unusual thing for people of 2 different nationalities to get married. But it set a precedent for many people in this country to get married to someone of a different nationality. It set that precedent before precedents were set. So I thought it was an interesting way to explain their history, but it also goes into more history, because this is my first book, but that book is going to lead into a series of 2 or 3 others. But it's dealing with the family, but in a novel way. I did not want to show anything negative in the book, just so that you know, because there are many pain points in our history. What I wanted to show was something positive, something that people can see that, hey, you know what? We can achieve this. We can reach these goals. But as these series go on, you'll see more, most of it's with the family. It's what I know about and how they overcame and how they became successful. I have a very large family. like others talked about, they have famous family. Mine are singers, famous singers. One part of this family. And then I have others, who play sports and just different things. But what did we get out of all of this? Is success. Success that each and every one of us can have. And this is just the start with this particular book. I wanted to make sure that the story got out because I thought the story in itself was interesting. A love story. A love story that can really motivate us. So, with that said, is there any questions so far? About 4 to 5 months. I've been thinking about it for writing a book years ago, but I really didn't have any sustenance until yes, ma'am.
And what was the research process like? Because it's like about your own family history, but I know you're kind of...
There's a lot of talking to relatives who I'm just really meeting through DNA, just really meeting. So there was research there was the article, and it's also you have to research during the time that people lived in. What was the struggles like? What was the accomplishments like? So, I didn't want to go too deep, but deep enough so that people can feel the moment. That makes sense? Anyone else?
What was it like trying to combine, fact and fiction to create your end result?
Very difficult. I'm gonna lie to you. You know why? Because we don't know every single detail that went on in 1898. We don't. History doesn't give us that information. But we are human, and we do understand feelings. So we have to put those feelings in there so that you can see how they may have lived.
Was there any friction for you writing like a romance story about people who are related to you and like how that might, like how other family members might interact with the media?
Was there any friction?
Yeah.
Yes.
With the romance and then it's your family.
Well, that part didn't really bother because I didn't go into the intimate details. That's, that's their business.
Oh, yeah.
But as far as with family, with friction, some did give me pushback.
Yeah.
And they said, well, I did my research and this is what I found. I said, well, write a book. I was honest. But I talked to family members, ones who actually knew them. Now, unfortunately, they're both deceased. They died in the 70s. I was a kid then, but my cousin, she knew them. She met them, and she told me the details that I needed to know. So that was very helpful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Anyone else?
So you met a lot of family members in making your book happen. How is your life been enriched by knowing you have this broad family?
I'm a very curious person. All my life, very curious. And it has helped me tremendously. Doors are opening and things that I had in the back of my mind that I think that was never going to be answered are being answered. So it has enriched me because now I'm able to tell others too about what I've learned and so that they too can have their own story. I got less than a minute.
I have one more question.
Yes, please.
You talked about like doing the DNA testing thing, and you found out you had 17 different nationalities.
Yes.
Well, did that blow your mind, or then are you curious about looking at all 17 to see like what's the story behind all of that?
It didn't blow my mind because my mother would always make up things. Oh yeah, we're Jack Time. She would say something crazy, but I kind of knew there was some. But I didn't know it was 17. Yeah. I can figure out 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Where did the rest of this come from? But it's interesting, very interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for doing great for that amazing story. Now we're down to the last speaker, and we're saving the best for last. So please hang tight. Woo! Saving the best for last, right, Jaime? All right, so our next speaker was born and raised in Puerto Rico, and at a young age, she took 2 passions, that's art and sports, and he started drawing, painting, and sketching since he was 10 years old. And in 2001, he went to Savannah College of Art and Design in Savannah, Georgia, to get his bachelor's degree in hand-drawn animation with a minor in illustration. And in the meantime, he traveled to Canada, Cancun, Puerto Rico, San Francisco, and New York City, the Hamptons, to compete in Olympic distance triathlon. To discuss and tell us more about this very interesting book, we're saving the best for last. The book, Push It. I give you Jaime Morales. A round of applause.
Yeah, go Jaime! Wow, yes.
Thank you. Hello, how are we doing tonight? Good? So let's get started. Hi and welcome to The Push It. My name is Jaime Morales. Some people call me Jamie. Some call me Jamie Fit. And some people call me Jaime, like they're done with April. Then comes May, and it's all like Jaime, spelled Jaime. I am me, a fitness coach, a graphic artist, and a comic. CAT stands for Comic Artist and Trainer. Cat, I have one. Her name is Princess, and I sing to her just like this. I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, my cat, my pussy cat. Yes, I am a coach. And my mission is this, to get people like you strong, fit, and flexible from the inside out, period. How? How do I do it? By opening your heart. So you can start working with your body and not against your body. Period. I always start with my truth. And my truth is this. Your body is your temple. And my body is my temple. But I'm gay, so it's mostly a Shirley temple. So how do we build a body just like a temple? 3 steps. Step 1, philosophy. Step 2, practice. Step 3, the push it. Step 1, philosophy. Philosophy of what? Of health and fitness. I call it the ABCs of fitness. A, align your body. B, breathe into your minds and brains. And C, call me later, you're cute. I'm kidding. C is for connection. Connect what? A with B, dummy. Align body with a breathing body equals connection. After C comes D. D is for digestion. We must eat less and eat slowly. Most people I know eat like vacuum cleaners. Slow down. E. E is for expand your ribs to feel good. There is nothing more important than breathing. Have you ever seen a dead person before? Yeah. Were they breathing? No. I rest my case. Thank you. And so forth till the end of the alphabet. Step number 2, the practice. The practice of what, man? Of health and fitness. Duh. I call it everything to stretch. Everything to stretch is my fitness technique I created to help you learn how to flow. It's about flowing. Life is about flowing. From strength to flexibility until we find the balance for you. That's it, for you, not for me, for you. And finally, step number 3, push it. Push it and the push it is a catchphrase I created to help me overcome many challenges of daily living. I know when times get tough to remind myself, Jaime, the more you push it, the softer the landing. The more you push yourself today, the softer the landing tomorrow. Am I right, ladies? Maybe. Yeah. So, I created a graphic novel based on that idea and based partly on my favorite song called Push It by Garbage. And she goes like this. I was angry when I met you. I think I'm angry still. We can try to talk it over. If you say you'll help me out. Garbage. I've known this song since I was 15. I'm 40. Not bad for 40. Hey, Bob. So, let's get ready. Let's get started. The Push It by Jaime Morales is my graphic novel featuring a family of cartoon superheroes called The Push It. The Push It are a family of emotional, shape-shifting copycats that live inside every one of us in a place known as the unknown. There are two worlds, the one we know and the unknown. No, the world down below, past the human conscious, subconscious, and unconscious minds, into the world known as the unknown, where Medusa lives right along the pushes. Medusa gets triggered, ignited, every time someone has sex with someone else. During every single sexual encounter and ejaculation. Right before the Big Bang push, Medusa calls on the pushes. Pushes, hello, we got a problem. Let's help change the course of the fate of emotional human evolution. So the pushes become the garbage men and women of the unknown, and their job is to ingest and digest humanity's repressed emotions and turning them, transforming them into big bursts of love. The end. All right, so now I'm going to read off from my phone a little too, because I get lazy too. I practice that routine. Jaime, take a deep breath. Ready? Inhale. One more time. Inhale. And exhale. So, I've written 4 books. I've written Push It 1 and Push It 2, the Just Push It book, and my last book is called Everything to Stretch, the fitness book, right? So we have art and we have fitness. They're all interconnected. I managed, as of now, I've managed to reach almost my fullest potential to do what I love freely from fear, for my benefit and for the benefit of you. Isn't that nice? Hopefully I can get some money, because you know what? No money, no funny, honey. That's true. That one's a free one. The Push It Volume 1 takes place in New York City in the year 4023. That's 2,000 years from now. Nothing really changed. Alexis Push It, our non-traditional superhero, learns his true power of being the only human on earth to transform from the physical to the emotional and become a Push It. The Push It Volume 2, which is what I'm here to discuss, is my baby. The Push It Volume 2 goes deeper into the realm of the unknown, where Alexis tackles and faces his biggest fear: to realize and forgive the fact that he is a healthy survival of spousal abuse. In order to overcome fear, he had to get as close as he could to knowing death. Do you know what that is? I'm sure a lot of us know what that is. There's many ways to die. And he did. Alexis is my middle name. And he is a fitness coach in this book. Why not? It's easier to remember. He was able to survive the shame of abuse, which is the real thing. The Just Push It, before I talk about this a little more, I'm going to explain the other ones. The Just Push It book combines my 2 passions, fitness and art. I call it a fart, fitness and art. That works. Fart, free art. One part of the book is art and the other part is pictures of my beautiful body. Not bad for 40, right? 40 going on 15. And then, so one page is art like this, and the other page is my beautiful body. Some have naked, but beautiful naked, body weight, body weight. But black and white pictures showing my temple. My body is my temple, and that's a serious thing. Because God is here, am I right? That's the most important one. GLD stands for giving oxygen daily. That's his main job for me in my book. If we don't have that, we have nothing. Because that's it. Am I right, ladies? You know? My last book is called Everything's a Stretch, the Fitness Book, where I teach my fitness training tools. The ABCs of fitness, they're a real thing. You ready? A, align. If you're crooked, align. B, breathe. That's it. If you can get to C, connect. That's good. If you can do more, digest. It's really hard to digest, especially brownies. I love brownies. And French fries and pizza. Why? Why is it so good? And if I've learned, this is really important. Because in the past I had the mentality, oh, a salad every day. That's boring. Who wants to do that? But we must challenge ourselves. So I realized that if I eat pizza in a relaxed environment with good people that make me feel good, that's different than eating an organic salad at whatever party with someone who makes you feel uncomfortable. And I've learned really the hard way to digest before I move on. And eat is for expand. This is a joke, but it's real. We need to man spread again. Man spreading is open your hips because the hips don't lie. Should I keep going? So F for focus. There's two types of focus. Macro means, oh, there's Jupiter up there. Really? There might be some aliens up there. And micro, there's cells in there that need your attention like little children. Am I right? G is for God bless America. Land of the free for now, pay later. Free for now, pay what? Bills and taxes. Bills and who? Yeah, we're also free to travel straight down to hell in a handbasket. That was a joke. Yeah, sure. Anyway, G is really for gas. Burps and farts are a real thing. It's really important that you let it out before it eats you up. H is for hips. Hips don't lie. They don't. They want to do this and they want to do that, but it's just, life is too fast. I is for intuition. Intuition is self-knowledge and self-intelligence. In my case, it's my gay GPS. Appreciate that. J is for joints. Am I right? No. J is for joints. We are made of many things, but mainly bone is the deepest thing you can do, right? Get to the bone. And the most superficial, six-pack abs, muscle, whatever you got, muscle. And then the in-between, that's where we gotta go. That's where the pushes live. Joints. Your joints are your temple. The higher the temple, the better the view. And guess what? You pay the bills now by just standing a little taller while everybody else is doing the opposite. And you're like, I'm making money somehow. How? To not pay the doctor when you're older. You want to be independent, yes or no? Independent from anything. You are yourself. Anyway. JK, kindness. Am I right? Without kindness, kindness leads to heaven. Kindlessness leads to hell. Heaven is a cool and balanced body, internally, of course. It's all internally. Hell is an inflamed body who's unbalanced. But a small change can make a big difference. Always remember that. Small changes can make, it's really true. L is for love. L-O-V-E. L for light. See the light. O for open your heart. If you open your right hand, you open your right forearm, you open your bicep, whatever is there. I forget. There's so many things, right? And then V, versatile. You know, top, bottom, left, right. Look up, look left, and then look all around you. And do it for your benefit. E is for elevate. Elevate your conversations with yourself. It's hard to face yourself, but you are doing it because you're alive. Somehow you made it here. And then let's move on. Mindfulness, natural, open. Be for power. Knowledge is power. And when you know better, you should be able to do a little better. My knowledge is that your body's your temple. There's many ideas, right? And then be Q for questioning. You must question yourself. Question everything. Become your own investigator, Inspector Gadget. I was born in the 80s. Dick Tracy, Dora the Explorer, internally, of course. Okay, after K comes what? R. Aretha Franklin, am I right? Respect. Respect yourself. I always think, she did it. Respect yourself. Respect what? Your spine. S for spine. Your spine is the building blocks of the temple, and your hips is foundation. T, trans. We must be transparent. Transform, transcend whenever you want. When it comes to the real world, do it. And then when you're not there, let's have fun. Let's be kind. And then where am I? V, you for United States of America. We're Americans. We must help each other. Unite body, mind, and soul. Body, mind, and soul. V for voice. Voice your feelings to yourself. Always first. Put the mask on first. And when the plane goes down, put it first so you can really use 100% and not have any doubt that you did your best. And just do it. Right? And then W, words. Words matter. They can heal you or they can kill you. Am I right? Just one word. There's intention usually behind every word. Subconsciously, of course. We're getting close, am I right? I'm getting hungry. Pizza! So this is really important. X is for, I'm going to cheat a little. Express yourself. My fullest form of expression is this. To allow my extremities to go a little further. They're like little children that they're like, please help me, Daddy, I want to go further. And I'm like, no, I don't, I have to Google something. No, I stop for a second. And I go like this. You get 2 breaths. Ready? Go. The first breath is shallow, but I'm like, okay, I got a second chance. Go. Shake it a little, no big deal. And then see what you got, right? Y is for yourself. Here's my last song, I hope. A, B, C, D, E, F, U. It always comes back to you. Always. You're your own health advocate. The best one. That's it. And lastly, Zen. You want to have peace of mind. Peace of mind. So from A to Z, that's your ABC. So now I'm going to talk about the Push It Volume 2, which was a graphic novel I created. I started when the pandemic hit. Well, here's my story. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico. Champion triathlete. Wow, okay, cool. Champion swimmer. Wow, okay, cool. That's good. What else? I started drawing since I was 10 years old. The way for a Puerto Rican, a gay Puerto Rican, to allow himself to express his femininity for me. I had good parents and I was able to use I love The Little Mermaid. That's what my point. That I was able to draw her, but I really wanted to be her. I wanted to be, hey, I can also be her too. But as you age, somehow, somewhere along the way, someone said, don't do that. I'm like, why? And my most honest truth is to walk like this is healthier, then walk like that because I am myself. That's it. For you, it's different. So where was I? So that's when I first started feeling like not my fully self. Okay, so I'm 12, I'm swimming. I got my parents love me. They're the best parents. Locos como la cabra. They're crazy like me, but I love them. But in the AIDS pandemic started happening. I'm sure. I haven't really asked them, hey, tell me every word by word what you thought. When you saw your little kid, hey, I want to play with Barbies is fun, and play with the trucks is fun too. I'm versatile because we can go from one extreme to the other extreme. I'm like, well, if I can, I'll do it. But then I was sexually molested by my swim coach, when I was 12. So that is when the real shame started setting into my veins, into my arteries. Am I right? Because the body is the tip of the iceberg. The emotions are everything. If you have some sort of something, it's because internally there's something. So I said, Jaime, you're a triathlete. You're a macho man. Get over it. Put it under the rug. Am I right? That rug got big. It's really big. I'm like, holy crap. Holy shit, my baggage is huge, but I can make it. I went to Savannah College of Art and Design. That's when I said, okay, done with Puerto Rico. Good luck. See you later. I can be free. No, I was carrying my baggage. And when you learn about child sex abuse, is that when it happens, there's 3 options. You fight, get up. You flee or you freeze. It could happen. All of them could happen. Mostly, all of them happened. But to me, I froze when I was young, because I'm like, it feels good, but I just feels like I'm taking I lost my power to choose what I wanted to choose. Am I right? And so obviously a lot of anger starts building up. It's just honestly. And then my body was fighting between like doing triathlons every day and then being mentally exhausted. Then I moved to New York because I was finding my way. In college, I was doing triathlons and I started doing some recreational jobs with people that were my peers. And then 1 year before graduation, I'm like, I need to get healthy. I'm gonna pass with good grades, and I did. I moved to Philadelphia for 3 years with a guy I met, and then I didn't feel myself. At 25, I moved to New York City to become the best coach and trainer I could be, and hopefully be the next Disney, the gay Disney. Sorry. And then within a year, I met my ex-husband, which you have to name what happened comfortably and uncomfortably, because we're all human. So I met my ex-husband at the gym, and we had a good relationship until it became a repetitive pattern of being controlled by certain people. Because as a Catholic, you are always a people pleaser because you're cute and you can handle it. No, you are allowed to be angry and hangry, especially hangry. But so 4 years, I was with this person for 8 years. The first 4, I said, Jaime, the investigator, visualize yourself 20 years from now. I said, fuck this shit, I gotta go. And then we had a fight. I was in the room and I said, I feel like an alien. Hello, don't you? And he wasn't listening because these people, some people in the world are too greedy. And it's all about more and more and more. Push, 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 like push it. And I'm a softie. I'm like, no, let's talk about everything. I want to be rich, but also I want to help people. So push, push, push. Somehow, we got married. I didn't leave the relationship. So I said, in my head, I said subconsciously, fuck it, I'll do something wild, do something crazy. He's like, hey Jaime, what do you want for your 30th birthday? Let's get married. He's like, oh, weird. Anyway, doesn't matter. I kept going. I had a Hamptons lifestyle, a fabulous lifestyle. That was not for me. But I was so confused because I was, whatever. And then, a year before I divorced him, I started getting pain. Neck pain, joint pain, chronic pain, sciatic pain for 7 years. Sciatic pain for a triathlete is death. You don't feel like yourself anymore. So I started losing sensation in my feet. And then I'm like, holy crap, I have no feet. So what happens when something big happens in someone's life? Divorce, death. You lose ground under your feet. Because what happened was, everything made you feel. You felt fearful most of your life. Why? No one had the patience to say, hey, are you okay? You look really bad. You look like you're tired. I was hurting. I had cancer, kidney stone. Many things happened to me. Many. I saw death. And so Maria, the hurricane, when it pummeled Puerto Rico, remember that? It's kind of like Katrina. That same week, I divorced him. And I said, Jaime, you can't just divorce him. You got to do something bigger. You got to divorce religion, your child molester, and my ex-husband, and every idea that you think you have about yourself. When you shut your computer off, right? Clean. And you have to wait 10 minutes. I'm like, I waited 10 minutes. Shut down. Nothing works. Nothing worked. I was in bed for 3 years. Train a client and go to bed. Every day I was like, these people they're going to fire me. I feel like shit. And somehow God was helping me. He was giving me a lot of clients. Depressed clients. How many more minutes? 5 minutes. And he was helping me. So I was like, well, let's go one little step. Like an animation. I studied hand-drawn animation. I'm like, if you can do 1,000 million pages, just see 10 seconds. I'm like, well, do it having fun. So do it like this. And do it like this. Because you want to have fun. And do it singing, I'm only happy when it rains. I'm only happy when it's complicated. Have fun, right? Because I also want to be whatever. And I want to inspire you guys. Thank you. Any questions? Anything about anything? Thank you. I appreciate it. Simple question. Simple questions are really intense. Because you have to simplify your life. Less is more. My last name is Morales. Less is more, Morales. I have morals. Te lo digo, I swear to God. From my mouth to God's ear. Soon, coming soon, oxygen will be the new gold. How do you breathe? By clearing your mind. But you need some sort of tracking, because you need some sort of proof that your life is working where you want to work. So, A, align. That's it. You either align or alienate from yourself. Is that fun for you? Thank you. And it's like, I want to hopefully build an empire of fitness for kids. A, align your body. Learn the ABC so you can tell your parents, hey, I know more about you than health and fitness. Any other questions?
You seem really passionate about art as well as like fitness. How do you balance like those passions and make sure you're giving dedication to both practices?
Another hard question. Thank you. No, it's really hard. Balance is really hard. That's why you have to simplify. I always say, Jaime, don't take with you more than 5 things. My cat, my iPad so I can draw, my iPhone so I can take selfies, my headphones so I can have music, and then hopefully a hot guy, you know? I need one. But here's what the cover is. This is the cover. It's basically flying penises shooting 2 things. Hearts or money. Women, do you need money to feed your children? You need money, yes or no? Yes. Do you need to love them? Because you're setting them up for success. So, yeah, it's really hard. But guess what? Art is so important. Create whatever you want. You have piercings, that's creation.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. You're having fun, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, have fun. So there's many ways I like to see details because guess what? God is in the details. And all my emotions are here. $20, I'm here to open your hearts and your wallets. My father told me that one. Puerto Rican Catholic, right? Thank you guys. Have a good night. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, a round of applause once again to Jaime Morales for that amazing story. It was an anthology, right? It started off with chill and cool and all these nice stories, and then later on it became a little bit more serious. So Jaime is just such an actor and so animated. So another shout out and a round of applause for that animation. You just made our late afternoon fun. So thank you so much. So we have just concluded day 1 of Reader's Magnet Book Confab. A round of applause for everyone. Stay tuned here at the physical event at Event Gallery in Manhattan, and everyone who's watching us right now via Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. We have been successful, and a lot of authors have been here. Those who left, thank you so much. Those who stayed, thank you so much. And hopefully you'll be here for tomorrow in day 2 of Reader's Magnet Confab, and that happens to be the last day as well of Reader's Magnet Confab and this great North American adventure of Reader's Magnet. We've been to Guadalajara Book Fair, stayed there for 5 days at Guadalajara, Mexico, and then flew in here in Manhattan. And tomorrow is going to be the last day. I hope everyone's going to be here again, if not double the number. Pizza, food is going to be at the house, coffee. So hopefully you guys will be here again tomorrow. Again, this has been a great day. Reader's Magnet will be here for you guys to share your story with the world. Have an amazing day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Woo! All right, thank you so much, everybody.